Buenas, gente, ¿cómo están? Acá estamos, un día más de este 2023, ¿no? Bueno, hoy vamos a jugar un poquito de Dotín. Vamos a estar jugando unas partiditas, pero estaba viendo ahora mismo, mientras estaba aprendiendo, que todavía no terminó la partida de Betboom contra Gladiators. Pensé que le iba a tener ganadísima fácil Gladiators, pero no vi el final y vi que ganó. Estaba viendo ahora la Wikipedia y vi que ganó Betboom. Así que me captó la atención un poquito. Yo digo que a lo mejor tiene cositas para ver. Después ya voy a ir contando también un poquito de un resumen de todo lo que pasó en las partidas. ¿Qué equipos se están jugando todavía? ¿Qué es lo que queda para la final? Y vamos a ver un poquito más, a ver qué pasa, ¿no? Así que nada, vamos a esperar que arranque la partida. Mientras tanto vamos a ver algunas cositas. Creo que no arrancó todavía, ya me fijo. Están en fase de picks. No sé si mirarla por el stream o desde el Dota directamente. Voy a ver qué onda. Si tiene mucho retraso, yo creo que lo voy a ver de Steam. Bueno, a ver. Eh, Vamos a poner desde el stream y ya fue. Vamos a hacer así. Vamos a poner acá. Ahí va. Técnica. Ahí va. Ahí lo dejamos. Mientras voy preparando mate y toda la wea. Va a estar chill. Ahí vuelvo.
Team, I guess based off the last couple series, have not been doing super well in that late game, but they've always been good in the early game. Last game, I don't know, they really showed that their late game was still good. They end the game pretty early, so not showing some of the mistakes we saw in the last series, which is good news for BB fans here. But we will pick up the Underlord. This is Gaming Gladiators, bread and butter here. They love this hero. They seem to always make it happen, especially in those late games with this hero. And it's another one of those heroes that can just stand in front of the tide. We got the two beefy boys here for Gaming Gladiators, and BB team also picking up the tide. Not really showing the carries quite yet, and I think we made a good point about this Tidehunter, maybe limiting the hero pool in a lot of ways for Gaiman, but more than that, Duracho, he does like to play his Slarks, Ursas, these type of heroes that build stacks, the Monkey King, and I think BB Team's just baiting them into, yeah, go ahead, play those heroes. We don't really care. They're going to ban like the Terrorblade, heroes that potentially Tide is considered good against, because they don't really care about these other heroes.
And they're kind of covered as well by having techies in the lane. It's not the best 4-position hero right now, but it's definitely one that Save's extremely comfortable on and does do a lot on the map. Rotations, scales well. So yeah, Tide should have a decent game no matter what. Whereas Gaiman's a little bit more split on their I mean, they picked a 5 and a 3, so they don't necessarily have the lane stability guaranteed just yet, but maybe the flexibility will help them in the rest of the draft.
We've also seen like different skill build coming out from Save's techies in the previous one, because he was playing into Monkey King, so opted to go for Taser at level 2, which was pretty interesting. So some of these matchups with the right clickers, the ones that Fear mentioned, like Ursa, these Monkey Kings, Bloodseekers in the lane against Tidehunter, you know, you have that covered as well until Tidehunter gets to level 3, gets to like his second point in Kraken Shell as well, potentially, to just be more sustainable in the laning stage.
So we see there's a Juggernaut removed away, so Nightfall will not be playing one of his better heroes. No TB. I wonder if BB have any predilection towards... I mean, I guess they're probably fine against melee illusion heroes, not that big of a deal for them. As they take out the Lion, so that opens up one of the Spirits into the mid lane here. But they start off with this ET, a hero that has been on the rise, looking very, very solid in pretty much every game that we see him.
He's got a great win rate. It's like 60% in 43 games. He was kind of one of those barely trending heroes at the start of the tournament, but a lot more teams picked him up and started picking him regularly. It just guarantees even more team fight. It's part of the benefit of picking Tide in the first phase. Great
anti-agi hero overall, like especially if the game drags long enough. Another like counter initiator compared to like even Tide, even Techie. So all of these heroes are really good at stopping the fight, especially if gaming want to be in their face.
And they synergize so well damage. Techies lowers magic resistance, Elder Titan reduces to 0.
Proximity
lowers
mines.
Armor, Tide has Gush for minus armor. It's a cool triple opening here.
And there's a hero that Dyrachyo loves playing, the only man that loves playing that's good against all 3. And that is the Lifestealer, which might be another debate pick here, potentially, because is good versus Tide in a lot of ways, great versus ET, same thing, but they're going to go for something that can actually carry the game. But back when Dusa was in her prime, we would see a lot of Tidehunter and ET to kind of deal with it. So they're kind of like maybe had a team talk or like, it doesn't really matter if this hero was good in this situation. Let's just pick the hero that can carry the game. And that is Medusa, and Dyrachyo has proven time and time again, no matter what he's playing against, he can get it done with this hero.
A lot of the times you'll struggle finding a kill on Tidehunter, but Medusa, she is a Silver Edge buyer, 3rd, 4th item potentially, so you will have that break mechanic, kill him from 100 to 0. I know it's a lot of long cooldowns inside of BB team, but I do like Faceless Void overall pick, just to have, you know, ET Splitter, Faceless Void matchup against Medusa. We've seen teams prepping for the like late game, super late game as well. I think Faceless Void overall the best carry when it comes down to like post 50 minutes once you get down to these refreshers and also like refresher on your own, some coming from Roshan, and now they're having at least something to deal with Tidehunter early on until Medusa gets to that Silver Edge. So Static Storm, great against Tidehunter, great laner with Medusa as well. So Gaming Gladiators setting things up for the lanes as well.
Void would be pretty good, especially for like the diffusal burn, but Medusa is quite good against the Elder Titan, and his ulti, his aura doesn't really do anything. Techie's amp from her ulti, his ulti doesn't do anything either, so there's good and bad things about it.
Come in for this Medusa or this Morphling right now to go into the Medusa for Nightfall. Played it a couple times at this tournament, been not necessarily the most successful, like 50%, but still very good at the hero. One thing I think that they did kind of need here, Fear, I was looking at the damage output, as Purge was mentioning, going into the Medusa, she was able to stand her ground quite well. So I wanted somebody who could play these elongated team fights, and Morphling can certainly offer that to the side of BB team here.
Yeah, for sure. And one interaction we maybe not covered too much is the ET Stomp, right, on the Medusa. It's like it's just a 5-second stun, right? Which is a very big issue for the Medusa. Even though the aura doesn't work, what's better? Like not having the minus armor, which you don't really need, or you just stun for 5 seconds by the Echo Stomp there. And Morphling is a hero that just kind of matches up pretty well in most all games. And it's not getting super hard countered by pretty much anything. Good versus Underlord as well. He's going to spam you in lane if you don't really care. And yeah, I think it's just a very stable pick here, and I think BB team has a good grasp right now of like, you know, Morph, Medusa, Terrorblade. No matter what happens in a game like this, games are getting crazy. You want to have these guys on your team in the late game.
The cost is also very nice because they've already banned out the Lion, so you don't have to fear that instant initiation onto the Morph. Killing this Water Boy does feel kind of difficult from a Gaming Gladiator's perspective right now.
Yeah, not too much lockdown. You have Static Storm glimpse, but that's about it. Maybe this time there's going to be some Road of Atos build from Underlord, which I've seen Ace do whenever they lack a little bit of a lockdown. But I'm looking into these heroes that are very maneuverable from the mid lane. Windranger banned out by BB team. Storm probably needs to go because they don't have lockdown on their side. This is like very, very difficult. And I also want to see how they're going to round up their draft because they need some cooldown. I think they need some playmaker for GPK. And banning out Quap.
Yeah, Gladiators need single target damage basically. Underlord doesn't provide that much. It's like AoE-ish. Deuce is pretty AoE heavy too. The Sport Duo is not offering it, so That's why Wind Ranger would have been so good. If they do catch Morphling, they can kill with
Yeah.
Focus Fire. So whether that's going to be, I like the Storm idea, TA's
Storm looks
banned,
really
so-
good. I think they don't really have a stun for Storm right now. But they are leaving GPK Puck still in the pool, so maybe they'll still do it anyway, but there are some counter plays to the Storm pick if they want to do it.
How about we try have Quinn scale through the mid game and have him pick the DK through this mid lane?
It's a possibility.
Into a counter pick, it might be a little risky, but I'm not sure because we don't see. Normally, we only see DK as a response to seeing like an Ember or some type of spirit like that. I'm not sure what the premier picks against DK mid lane, but this hero, generally speaking, has been quite exploitable in the mid lane if you blind pick it. So
Then there's no like stun setup. If they had like a Mirana, I'd be more into it, but like they need more damage than a Dragon Knight, I think. They've got already enough tank between Underlord and Medusa. They just need something that's kind of flashy that gets kills mid.
Okay, so that pretty much just does leave his Storm Spirit left in the game.
For heroes he's picked, yeah, just about.
definitely concerning though with Puck still being in the pool though,
Yeah.
I must say.
I also see Timber
Yeah,
potentially
Timber.
for Gaming Gladiators because you're playing into Tide. You can put them in a very difficult spot. You don't care too much about techies, ET, Morph early on, doesn't have enough damage, and they're going to ban it.
Yeah, that would have been good. Lots of damage, pure damage as well. Pretty survivable. Yeah, it would have been solid.
The only other hero that he's played at this tournament is the Razor that's still in the pool right now. Well, and his Pangolier, but I'm pretty sure all of us are in agreement that doesn't necessarily fit the bill here.
No,
Yeah.
Pango could be okay, but you're definitely not going to pick Razor into Morph. That's for sure. I mean, the Pango can get the early Diffusal Blade against these type of heroes. I don't think that's a bad pick whatsoever.
Okay.
But maybe you just go Puck again, and you're in the same type of scenario. But we did see Quinn in that last
Primal
game.
Beast, what about him?
That's in the,
It's still-
that would be very, very
It's still
good.
available. GPK showed some really nice performances so far, and for some reason, Primal Beast ulti stops Pango's Rolling
Does that
Thunder.
make any sense? You're going to say we did see Quinn last game here?
Oh, I said if they do the Puck route, maybe they didn't ban the Puck because Quinn actually did exceptionally well versus the Puck in the laning stage. So it really comes down to BB team if they want to do that again. And it's a really good pucking. Their catch for Puck is super low, but as Lacoste just mentioned there, Pulverize just instantly cancels Rolling Thunder. So that puts you in a pretty bad situation. We often see this Primal get banned when you do want to pick the Pango. They did it last game, but this game they're going to let it through.
And it's still good against the rest of the heroes. They don't, like, he's going to be able to channel full ultis in a lot of cases. They don't have good ways to just interrupt that. So if he gets a good initiation and gets backed up by his team, I don't see how GPK doesn't kind of like just roll over them in a lot of cases. So I think Gladiators need to win their lanes. They've got really solid heroes for it. And then they need to group and take really, really good fights.
I already know how this game's gonna go. It's just like you've got Underlord Medusa, right? You're playing versus BB team. They're gonna crush the early laning stage. They're gonna be owning. Then Drachu's gonna farm some Rapier. You're gonna see some like gates across the map, but GG's gonna outplay him. We're going to game 3.
We're in game 3. All right, Lacoste, what's your read on the situation?
I can see what Fear's talking about because this happened way too many times throughout the tournament, especially when Gaming Gladiators are playing, because they're the team that they never give up. Their late game is super strong, and you're playing into Medusa, you're playing into Underlord. Your high ground defense is definitely there. Like, if you just ask me who's gonna win this one based on the draft, I would say BB team, but considering how everything went so far, it has to go to game 3.
All right, Purge, you are an early laning phase enjoyer. Which team has the advantage at that portion of the game?
I mean, Gladiators have they have the laning win heroes. They've got the Undying, so I'm kind of leaning towards them a little bit, but I feel like Ace has lost his lane a lot of times this tournament from focus or weaker play, so I'm a little spooked for him, but I think they have the heroes to do it for sure.
Well, right now Ace is playing a hero that he has yet to lose with at the Riyadh Masters, going 8-0 up until this point in the tournament. Of course, if they do lose this game, not only will Game and Gladiators only attain a top 6 finish, but the dream of a golden year of getting to every single grand finals at a tier 1 tournament will all of a sudden be over. That being said, we've seen them in this position before, and somehow they always manage to yoink out the victory. Let's find out if that's going to be the case in this incredible matchup between Game and Gladiators and BB team. And to bring you this action, we have an incredible casting duo. We have the Grab Ally boys, the baby boys of Sunsfan and Kezu.
Thank you very much, Snare. Welcome everybody to game number 2 between BB Team and Gaiman Gladiators. BB Team put the stomp in for the game number 1.
Yeah.
Will they be able to achieve the same type of victory in game number 2 as Gaming Gladiators? I will say the first thing that popped in my head here as these drafts come out, well, first of all, he's playing, Quinn's playing Pango again. But
Oh yeah, big surprise.
No big surprise there. But Ace is actually playing a hero that we've seen him just
He's
get
undefeated.
ridiculous farm on in the Underlord.
The only thing
Oh.
is, like,
Llegamos justo, parece.
lanes have not gone very
Estoy
well,
back.
and I feel like Bebops, they are
A ver,
the best laners,
Gaming
like,
Gladiator
out of
de
any
Radiant,
team in this
Betboom,
tournament.
relado
They
diré.
always win their lanes. They're
Elder
always ahead
Titan.
in the early game. So already here for game,
Me está gustando mucho el Elder Titan.
alive in its early game. They need to perform better
Como lo
in the
están
lanes in
jugando
this game than they did in the
El
last one.
support y
For sure.
lo mucho que
See
rinde.
if those stacks will come eventually for Ace, because that's typically how he gets to that next level of farm. But I mean,
Esta es la build típica que me la aprendí en la Major pasada de la One y 3 ramitas más que sacan los off. Más específicamente. Bueno, en este caso Puré es el off. Sí, ¿no?
Seems
We're
we'll just
morphling.
have a 2-for-2 trade, as I think top 6 is already BB team's best land placement. So if they were to win here, they're just going to skyrocket that even
Traer un par de
higher.
tips.
But, I'm
2 runas
just
para
a little
cada
afraid
team.
for Gamen's early game. So we'll just have to see if BBT are going to have
Un pango medio,
an
esto sí que no me
explosive
gusta.
game, as they did in the last one.
Y una bestia mid. Vamos a ver qué tal.
From a Primal Beast perspective, do you think this is going to be a good game here? And we talked, the panel discussed the interaction between GPK's ult, the
Pulverize.
onto Quinn's Rolling Thunder, which I'm pretty sure that's a bug.
Gaming Gladiator, que por cierto está en el lower bracket. O sea, cualquiera que quede fuera de esta serie está fuera del torneo.
GPK should have a good game. Like maybe in the early game it's a little annoying that there's
Betboom perdió ayer, si no me equivoco, contra
Team
Spirit.
BKB on him, I don't see anything stopping him.
Yep, no doubt about it.
Oh, bomba de granada y buena reducción de daño del Tide, pero ¿alcanza a irse? Impresionante. Techis, tiempo sin ver un Techis. Posición 4.
The Tide in kind of a precarious spot, has to walk all the way around towards the Lotus Fountain.
At least him being out of the
Pues
lane
claro,
is
tenemos
very good. Right?
un
Generally
Dolor y
speaking,
un
Pure is always owning his lane.
Disruptor
Save is gonna
contra
do his
un
best to try
Morphling
and help
y
out
un
down here. And
Elder
up top,
Titan.
This Underlord Morph match, I think it relies a
Diría
lot
que
on the first few waves,
está más
but if Ace has a first couple of
favorecible,
good
¿se dice?
waves, you're definitely one of the
Más
heroes
para
that
los
you
Radiant.
can stand your ground against the Morphling and even contest the CS.
Más que arrasar un poco el Elder Titan no puede aportar. Lo único que podría hacer es tratar de comerse el máximo daño posible y cubrir lo que pueda al Morphling.
Yeah, like Tide, Timbers, Beast,
Y
they're all
cuidadito
very
que
happy with early
tiene
stacks.
mucho daño. Lo va a chasear al Disruptor. Ojo. Tiene una bomba. Pero está al lado de la torre. Decide no chasearlo más. Ya metió un buen Harras, de hecho, que lo hizo retroceder a la torre. Tiene que seguir sustentándose, trayéndose más healing ese Elder y seguir haciendo lo mismo. O sea que el Morphling pueda farmear lo máximo que pueda. El Underlord con la primera va a farmear mucho más rápido que el Morphling en los primeros niveles. Eso es lo que le da la desventaja en esta línea, diría yo. De hecho, está sacando más lag hits el Morphling ahora mismo, Ahí se prepara con esa wave.
I think it's a good morph game, but I wouldn't say it's like a free morph game if the game is even.
Están diciendo que es un buen juego para Morphling. Y de hecho sí, bueno, siempre la ulti del Disruptor. Lo demás, joyita. Contra la Medusa es muy bueno.
I think this is a pretty even matchup, so
No sé si al sacarle stats con el Scepter a la Medusa, imagino que sí. La Medusa no sé si es universal o es agilidad, ¿verdad? Pero al sacarle los atributos, le saca maná también. Estoy seguro. Fair Blood para el Morphling. Muy buena esa.
before Ace. So getting that extra XP advantage, and Bebop's gonna be happy with this exchange overall.
Well, just a level 2 Astro Spirit here on this Stapler man. Just gives his Nightfall the first blood, which is very, very big in that top lane. Oh.
Somebody with the decays. I mean, is he the blood grenade? He only has one blood
salve.
grenade, so really needs to get on top of his game.
Anti-Hunter.
Watch some more replays
Solo.
of Solo. Maybe he can show him the hotkey that he uses to buy said item. Because he certainly does not open the shop that
Yo estaba viendo la
many
partida anterior
I mean, I can attest,
de
when
esta
you look at
serie,
that age,
la primera
you gotta
partida,
limit the amount of characters that you use on your keyboard.
y estaba ganando Game Gladiator, me
Probably get
parecía.
it with one button.
Porque lo tenía medio controlado.
We've only seen 1-2 in this
me
lane.
sorprende que haya
Generally, the
ganado
teams that play on
Betboom.
dying the best, they're kind of using it like off cooldown to just get you out, and also the Ratio out of mana. Sure, had to pop his sticks here, but BBT, they're nullifying this bottom lane.
Yep, pretty decent start. You can see 18-4 CS right now for Dyrachyo and 31-3 for Nightfall on the opposing lane. So, or on the opposite lane, I should say. It's 5 minutes, so 1 minute away from this big rotation that we assume will come as GPK taking good amount of damage from Quint.
I mean, if Nightfall gets off to a good start, I don't really see how they stop him. As defensive glimpse, as Nightfall just gets his body into Ace to just lower his HP pool. Sure, he does have the Ring of Health, but slowing him down before the Vanguard.
Ojo, salto del Techis, la Medusa está sin mana. Puede caer. De hecho, cae. Buen kill por parte de Betboom y parece que Lunday está en la misma, Y va a caer. Double kill para Pure. Y un tip. Buen salto de ese Techis, Y hay kill de Nightfall. Llega con lo justo para aplicarle la Data Strike. Tremendo. Mientras en medio, el que va ganando la pelea de Last Hit es el Pango. Pero el que va a ganar la runa es el Pango también. Y es un Shield. Pueden intentar algún dive y buen glimpse. Y está muerto, ¿no? Oh, está muerto. Oh, le erra el Swashbuckle. Y no, está muerto. Un buen body block de Tofu. Igual, hizo ganar bastante tiempo. Ahí. Y la Medusa está acá, perdiendo mucho maná. Ya quedó con menos de la mitad. Parece que Lunday no está siendo lo suficientemente relevante para la Medusa en esta línea, Está sufriendo mucho daño y Lunday no está pudiendo hacer nada al respecto. Y es muy difícil matar para ellos también porque no tienen stun. Simplemente pueden irse. No basta con la lenteada de las zombies de la tumba, ni la segunda de la Medusa. Aparte el Techis puede escaparse fácilmente y es muy difícil. A no ser que ganquee un Disruptor. Hay tumba, hay bomba, hay glimpse y hay escudo. Escudo por la cara del Native Field. Buen kill, buena rotación. Murió por ejo. Buena platita para Directos. Ojo. Sigue el dive. Otro buen glimpse que está útil. Está haciendo ese Disruptor, por favor, con el glimpse. Y las rotaciones. Muy bien.
Quinn showing up big here in this early game.
Nightfall mientras tanto aprovecha el farm arriba y presiona un poco. Pero si viene el dive muy profundo, creo yo. Ahí viene el roll del Pango y GPK está en peligro. Tiene solamente el Pulverize, no puede escaparse. Quinn que choca contra el borde de la entrada. Y está muerto. Betboom ahora confundido en las rotaciones. Más acertado Game Gladiators. Y atentos también. Pero Nightfall farmeando Free Farm solo en top. Y cayó la torre también. La torre muy importante. La Medusa va a ir directo por una manta. La Classic Build.
come close to equalizing what was a
Mira,
horrific
chuta ahora
start for
mismo.
them.
Digo,
They
Nightfall.
nullified it a little bit, as now, okay, if Nightfall keeps pushing in the lane,
Time to
Ace will
stack.
be able to get some space, but even
My
with
friend.
what's going on right now, Darachi has no levels yet in the split shot, so he's definitely going to be forced to stick to this bottom lane, at least for a little bit.
And Pure very close to that Meteor Hammer, and with that, Habibi team will have the opportunity to do a lot of damage to these towers.
Bueno, la de Monty que juntó ahí.
And it's not a hero that you can ignore.
Bueno, eran dos nomás, solo que tenía botella.
Like, it's hard for him to kind of push out Darachi in the lane, but he can slowly take the tower. And looks like for Gaming, they mainly want to play through the safe lane. Well, maybe not as they move back to mid, but GPK's he's a hard kill at this point. Tofu, though, also having a good performance, as his Static Storm is already available.
Ya hay ulti del Pango y ulti del Disruptor.
Darachi's going to get some company in the form of a couple BB team members.
Betboom solo tiene la ulti del Tide y el Pulverize del...
Like we said, the Meteor Hammer's online, so
La
maybe they
bestia.
can just leave Pure as a solo down there.
I think, honestly, they don't have to play through him too much, as an active rune is spawning, so bada bing, bada
Ojo la
boom.
runita que va a salir
Looking at
abajo.
him play
Lo
here.
presiento.
I mean, bottom rune, pretty hard to contest.
Perfecto.
Quinn's gonna be able to
Típico
grab
GT.
the invis. Everywhere he goes, the rune will spawn. We've learned this throughout his career.
Qué chisquito aún no tiene su
Very
ulti.
true, as Gaben is watching every Quinn game.
Nightfall with 1,000 net worth. I mean, you can see BB team have 1,000 net worth lead right now. It's literally Nightfall, his lead on the rest of the
Pango
pack.
con la Classic
And so the
Diffusal.
thing is, with how do they really stop him? It's a very hard kill to be executed, because you would have to smoke.
El Underlord está bien de farm. Bueno, bien.
Like,
Podría estar
basically
mejor que
instantly
yo.
without popping morph, so,
Debería
you know,
ser
doing
uno de
that
los primeros junto con el
not an
Pango.
easy task, so honestly, Nightfall might just.
Tuvo-
I think he's gonna stay top network for the entire game.
Kills peculiares arriba, diría
Most
yo.
likely, very difficult hero to kill. I mean,
Buenas play de-
what
por
do the
Nightfall.
options look like
Y el
from the
Disruptor
Gaming
que
side
está...
to try to
No, el Disruptor,
nullify
pero...
the Morph lane?
Y el...
Mid-game and beyond.
El del Titan
Looks
Pro.
like they're- Never mind, as they smoked, but Quinn is gonna be like, nope, just gonna break that to do that here. Well, they do have decent team fight against them, right? You have the Aura to maybe try and ignore him a little bit, or
Uf,
Glimpse
qué
standing
ricos
into some
stacks.
diffuser mana burn and rolls.
Disruptor se hace boludo mientras está robando experiencia ahí.
To this Morphling.
No one is. We've seen it every single game for like 10 months now, okay?
That is true.
I would hope he's an expert.
La
right
Yasha
now, for
está
God's
terminada por
sake.
parte del Morphling.
He is platinum. I mean, if you wanted to
Y
win Dota
de
games
momento
couple
muy
weeks ago, or
pasivo
even
para el
just
lado de
a month ago,
Betboom,
you had to play the water
Todas las
ban.
rotaciones
If
se
you
hicieron por
included
parte
the pro games,
de
he'd probably be-
mi
Master
Director.
Monker tier.
Yeah, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Ahí quedó.
Looks like Bebops.
Ahora están ambos
Gonna go for a
tranquilos
smoke.
farmeando.
3-man.
De hecho,
So
Gaming
Sister
estaba
Warrior
farmeando
will try to kick
stacks.
out the Ratio from, like, his safe lane bottom
ahora
side.
sí, rotación a la parte de bot. Yo creo que van a buscar a la
Well,
Medusa.
looks like it. So they want to help Pure take this tower, and
Y por
I
suerte
mean,
está acá.
Ideally for them, they'd also want the Ratio here.
Yeah, you can see Pure pushing the wave now and shadowed by these smoked members from the BBQ team.
Bien, bien, bien. La van a encontrar, la van a encontrar, la van a encontrar. De hecho, la vieron. La Medusa también lo vio. No tiene ulti. Esta Medusa está muertísima, loco. ¡Ay, Ravage! ¡Buen Ravage de 3! Y ahí follow de algo. No. El del Tetan que está enfocado en la tumba. Llega el Morphling a la pelea. Underlord parece que va a caer. Buen stun. Hay Meteor Hammer. Llega el Pango a rodar. La bestia que está en peligro. 4 kills por parte de Betboom, hermano. Fue una masacre. Pango que llegó solo para los aplausos. Y ahora vuelve la Medusa. Pero ya no hay ulti del Pango. ¿A qué viene? Ahora va a retroceder Betboom. Y ahora sí, los que esperábamos una movida de Betboom. Ahí está. Buena movida por parte de Betboom.
There's the defusal, as you said.
Pango con...
I mean, at what point do you think... We can talk about this fight, I suppose, first.
He didn't get the stakes off. Honestly, that could have been a big deal.
Qué buen Ravage,
Level of Stonegate, so how do you really fight back here? And without Quinn available and right before its defusal, I don't... Not the fight you want to take here. But B-Blobs, they just kind of force this on you.
Yeah, the fact that they only lose one hero, pretty incredible, considering they're diving the tower here, essentially, on the Gaming Gladiator side of the map.
Alright, what did you want to ask?
Yeah, I wasn't. I didn't care.
Okay.
Slash even remember, of course. Pure
Not as animated as with the axe
No,
call, but
I mean-
still a 4 for 1. He'll
Yeah.
take that.
The Calling Blade is the most satisfying spell in the game.
Está jugando muy bien,
It's
Pierre.
almost like an electric shock
It is an
system,
electric
so
Con el
understand
meteoro ese del TIE hizo un montón de daño en esa
as
ATF.
Quinn, looks like he'll get the tier 1 tower by himself.
That is
Pick up.
pretty good for them to just pick that up.
Quinn trayendo una torre, sabiendo que ya no
Saving up
tienen con qué
1400
defenderla.
gold, so he'll debate in terms of what he will want to get next.
Pero el Morphling que sigue creciendo. Cuidado con eso.
Nightfall is just so far away from everyone in terms of his farm. Question is, can Dorachio save Gaming Gladiators again?
Aunque nunca desconfíes de la medusa de Directos.
He went Rapier. They were down 25k at one point.
Y menos de un equipo como Gaming
They
Gladiator.
somehow pulled it out. I don't know how, but they did.
I mean, can never count them out. And also in terms of the first Roche later, you know, B-Blobs got Morph. You can take it pretty nicely. I don't know if we have any medallions.
¿Ya por Scepter de
or
una
Scepters
ese
coming out. I don't think
Disruptor?
they're
No creo,
too
¿no?
close. But for Gaimin, you've got the Undying, you've got the Pango, Underlord with a potential aura. So this is something they could look to abuse in like the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, and in the series that we've been casting of BattleBots, they've taken these early Roches as well. So we'll see if they end up going down the exact same kind of methodical nature and strategy that they've been following. It's been around like, I want to say the earliest is around now, but they don't really
Al
have
menos
anything
acá un
that
par de
can take it
stacks.
super
Ahí está el
fast. Maybe like
trofeo.
18, 19-minute Roche.
Yeah, like if they had an Undying,
Con
which
5
generally
millones
they do,
para el ganador,
so
una
it's good for
locura,
Gaimin
loco.
that, well, they're the ones having it, because otherwise I think they would maybe already be looking at that, because your gosh is still low level, so the B-bots are going to have to wait a little more.
Te
I think
vio
they're gonna need
justo,
a couple of these levels. For now, looks like Pure gonna position himself in the mid lane now and maybe just slowly meteor hammer down this mid tower.
And we should talk about the auras from Ace right now. He has Mech, Vanguard.
Igual,
That's not
Gaming
aura.
Gladiator tiene un
Takes
draft
apart for the
que
eventual
es
pipe.
muy fuerte defensivamente,
And I'm not sure if, I guess Crimson's not
Y fueron ellos los que tomaron iniciativa al principio. Si pueden estar atentos a la jugada y predecir lo que Betboom va a hacer, yo creo que el juego se lo lleva fácil en Gladiator este. Y entrar a High Ground aún va a ser más difícil para Betboom.
He's gotten every single one, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and that is incredibly important here for Gaming, because yeah, you're down 2k gold, but you're gonna need every little bonus power spike you can get. As GPK has got his BKB, he is incredibly strong now as well.
Yeah. That is the biggest
BKB
power spike
de
you could
GPK.
possibly have on Primal Beast.
La bestia.
It's literally needed to use your
Yep.
hero in a lot of cases.
And Quinn is he's forced to buy a Linken's simply because of the Primal Beast matchup.
Yeah, that feels bad.
I mean, I guess they could still work around it, like if you just have more of Adaptive Strike or you gush the Linken's off, because obviously now you can use those spells on the roll. You can just break the Linken's and still get off the Pulverize.
The fact that he has to go Linken's, he's going to go Blink after the fact almost certainly, so that he can actually...
¿La bestia puede agarrar al pago mientras está rodando? ¿Puede ser o no?
Up close and personal at all with this type of
Con
build,
BKB
which
activado,
means
digo.
In the end, he's going to be doing a lot less damage.
No esa duda ahora mismo.
Typically, this is the Agnum Scepter slot.
Porque el Paco está sacando el Linker.
Oh, Quinn gets pulverized right off the bat.
Oh, buena ulti del Disruptor.
They're trying to turn this around as Quinn
Va a haber
actually
rota, no llega el Ravage.
anybody, and
Pero hay
Quinn
BKB.
able to find a connection initially
Techis está
because of the
muerto.
BKB. At the very least, he forces that BKB out from the likes of
Buen
GPK.
trade para Gaming Gladiator, Si no, la kill.
Oh, here comes the game.
Oh, el Paco que quiere más.
Coming in from Ace, Kinetic Field's gonna hold the
Llega el
timeout
Morph.
in place, but Nightfall has come as well.
Tumba.
Turns into the Undying. That's a nice tombstone.
Que va a caer en nada.
Relatively easily. He doesn't have a way to heal it there as Ace completely out of mana now. The Titanol comes out, not a huge connection overall. GPK, another pulverize. It's been that
El
long
Pango que está
since this first usage.
fuertísimo.
He's gonna die inside the kinetic field. Nice job from Gaming Gladiators.
No
equalizing
debieron
this
tomar
game.
ese TF.
Oh, is it even over? Yeah, does look like it as Tofu. Wow, Blink.
Nightfall se mandó ahí en medio del TF. Y ya habían gastado todo.
Kind of like what Pure was going there with the Ravage to
sea-
cancel the roll, but just not in time. As
They've been
B
getting-
plus B team, they're
They've been picking up bounty runes constantly from the trusty shovelers.
I don't know. I mean, he was holding a lot of
Y la
gold.
Medusa ni se tomó el tiempo de aparecer,
There was also a very nice glimpse in the fight where GPK tried getting back in, but he got his onslaught cancelled by what seemed to be a preemptive.
Cuando el TF se gastó el Ravage solo para intentar salvar a la bestia que tenía BKB y gastó la BKB incluso para salvarse,
With the net worth lead.
ya ahí fue todo un peor. Forzó mucho Gaming Gladiator. Ahí consiguió un trade buenísimo.
Of course, he does have this BKB.
Oh.
He's just gonna gate on out.
Very nice and casual.
Y
I
nos
must
vimos.
say, so when you're this I mean, I wouldn't say it's a single core Morphling, but he's most of the like static output damage. And now when you play into this Underlord with high level auras, basically max out aura, and he has a pipe with mech, I could see Bada Bing Bada Boom team running into some damage issues here.
Well, pipe now coming online for Pure, so we'll have that magic damage.
Tiene pipa para el Tibet, parece.
What can they do?
Tiene daga el disruptor.
Tofu with the blink, like maybe they can try to really
Para iniciar al Morphling, será quizá.
the Morphling in like a fight where you get to static him with like just a pit and you keep him in place. I think you could kill him from full to 0. Or maybe the tide, like when the Rachi then gets in there with a Stone Gaze and Quinn gets to hit. They're strong right now.
GPK. He only has one member of his team next to him. They're going to go through the gate. Quinn, is he going to spot this out?
Oh.
He gets a swashbuckle. Not able to cancel the channeling, but they will be
Toronto
able
Tokyo
to
está muerto.
at the very least.
Still some great kills. I must say, honestly, Quinn is just coming in clutch. And yep, he's got all the active runes in the game. Getting closer to this Lincolns, as we've touched on. Very much needed. It's Nightfall working on this disgusting Aghanim Scepter.
Y se viene el Scepter de Nightfall. Se viene.
Getting relatively close. And will turn into Medusa in all likelihood. I mean, decent options all across the board, really.
I think, yeah, turning into Medusa is just really nice because she's she's hitting so many heroes at the same time that when you lower her damage and her attack speed, it really matters a lot. As they're looking, Nightfall does sniff it out. Will only keep his Manta down here. Oh, 4K lead for game, and they've really turned this one around.
Yep, they have.
Y tenía la ventaja Betboom, ahí se ve. De Network. Y en esa TF se tornó la balanza para gaming.
Techie's okay, ET trash.
So maybe not worth the trip, but on the other side,
You got the Gravity Babbity.
you do have Grab Ally.
Oh,
Pure's here.
vuelve para arriba.
They know that he can't come here anytime soon.
Le sacaron todo el maná y lo mandaron de vuelta.
Double Wisdom Room like this while you're ahead in net worth. Honestly, this is really damn nice for gaming.
Oh,
As now it makes more sense why Mr.
robaron a
Pure
Wisdom
tried to
y la Medusa
take it down
obtuvo
there.
la de su lado.
Doraccio going for second item Scotty, so opting for more tankiness.
Honestly, gaming scaling is pretty good.
Gaming está aprovechando buena parte del mapa, ¿eh? Fíjense cómo se ve ahí. Bueno, de hecho, se ve.
I would assume that
Sí,
Nightfall's
se ve.
currently telling his boys that, yo guys, we need the axe, and then it's gotta be go time.
You think that's the power spike for a B squared team?
I think for the starters now, yeah, like Pure is still 1,300 gold away from Blink, 1k rather, so I don't think you can wait for that. GPK has got Blink BKB, so he's strong too, and they're just bleeding in net worth. You gotta do something.
Yeah, they don't know.
Hay War, están viendo el pango.
They might think it's even. I
They
mean,
might think they're ahead.
Hay un envío arriba.
25k, they still lose sometimes.
El pango se tiene el Linken. Puede que con esta
They
Linken
need to be behind to win.
Gaming quiere hacer un movimiento.
We're going to see a pause come out from Save as the Aghanim Scepter just picked up now from Nightfall's side, as you mentioned.
Saben que están en el triángulo.
This next fight has got to be around the Roche pit because both teams can look to kind of force it.
O que por lo menos hay un buen par de héroes ahí en el triángulo.
Very important.
Yeah, I
Así
will
que pueden
say that
smokear y
on
pueden
all the
intentar
games that we've
llegar ahí.
passed of Boom Boom team, this early game, if you call it the first 22 minutes, this has looked a lot different than basically all of them.
This might just be the first time that they're significantly behind at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've seen that before.
Ojo,
Yeah, very
hay
unusual.
movimiento por parte de Betboom. Agarra el Disruptor. Hay Glimmer.
Pulverize onto Celery, gets blasted
Y
off.
nos llegan a matarlo. Llega a ultear el Disruptor, pero solo al Techis. GPK que está con poquísima vida. Hay TP. TP muy bien. Pero solo mataron un Disruptor 5. Y pudo haber terminado peor, así que... Bueno, es algo.
You did get the BKB out of GPK, and we can see some of like the damage issues, right? As Tofu survives for like what, 8-9 seconds just with Ace coming by with the gate.
Van a hacer rush con ese movimiento.
But another thing about Nightfall turning into Dusa, he's got the Stony Snake. But it looks like that might just be a free Roche.
Looks like it. Now the question is, do you give this to Pango or Medusa? We've seen it kind of flip-flop
Pango,
back
no?
and forth.
I would say at this point, Dyrachyo should not be dying unless he majorly messes up.
And Dyrachyo's not really doing a ton of damage yet either.
Yeah, like he can... I think the idea is already that the boom blocks will try to ignore him.
Ahí
Give
dispara Queen,
ages to
el Pango.
The Pango to like just make it harder for them to ignore multiple heroes. Look, oh, I like the switcher from Dyrachyo. He's queuing up the Silver Edge. Really damn good against this Titan. Just gonna give them also like another win condition in the fight to just break through him.
Silver Edge por parte de la Medusa para el Tide.
And they do have the Disruptor,
Buen
of
ítem.
course, as well. That one of the few heroes that can counter the likes of Tidehunter. In some respects, he can't Kraken off the Static Storm.
Gem as well now for Gaiman.
But there is a blink now on Pure.
I think
how
it's
fast they want to get some aggression going.
honestly what they need in this game, I think, because for them, I think Boombox team need to be a lot more explosive in like how they engage in these fights. Like they need to go in together, drop the Ravage, get in there with GPK, then turn into the Medusa and like just put all your tempo in there and take the fight.
Quinn trying to create some space so this tier 2 could be uncontested. We can see
El
GPK
Pango que
drawn
está
to
muy
the
adelante y no está todo el equipo acá, ojo con eso. Si hay portal. Esto es muy malo, ¡Oh! ¡Y se vuelve! ¡Qué jugadón! Por Dios. Qué buena la hizo, loco. ¿Cómo salió de eso?
To be able to get out of that one as we have Tormy time.
Yeah, they just, you know, Bebop team, they just happen to be in the area, so Tormentor will be theirs. Celery will actually live throughout this.
Easy Glimmer Cape. Not Tormy time, not there as it is.
Más el Tormentor. Cuidado, Techi.
Ravage is down.
Cuidado, no te Tokyo.
Sorry, you lost to Aegis, but... Wait, what's going on?
This is the worst Tormentor attempt I've ever seen. It's gonna go to save.
Y va para save el Techis.
I mean, after all this effort, you better get it on techies.
Everybody has to go back to base.
They lost 2 supports for it.
I mean,
Eso sí, perdieron a la
I would
Aegis.
say, I guess, yeah, the
Pero peor hubiese sido que muera ese Pango,
Well, you got Morphling with a lot
Así
of
que,
mobility, you got Primal Beast that wants
bueno,
to get in there.
ahí está la presión.
Not too shabby.
I
Y no hay
honestly,
Ravage.
Gaiman can kind of, like, I think they're happy with what happened to the Aegis and the fact that you traded it for Ravage, which means you're still gonna get these outer towers even
Es
without
cierto,
the
trajeron el
Aegis.
Aegis por el Ravage,
I don't see the Bebops fighting into you now.
que es la herramienta más fuerte que tiene Betboom ahora mismo para la pelea.
That is true.
Ravage will come back, and they will not have Aegis.
Tier 2.
Tower. It looks to be
Sí o sí tienen que iniciar con Ravage porque la bestia
There's
queda
a reason that Ace is
muy
undefeated
fraquísima
on this
iniciando
Underlord. I think he's
con
like
la ulti.
31-3 throughout the season with this hero. Because with his items, considering the start he had, he's putting on a sick performance. The Halberd now against the Morph, the Auras. He might just be the difference maker in this game later.
Y el Techi faltan más ítems para que pueda iniciar y sobrevivir.
Nightfall trying to finish up his BKB. Yeah, what are the big item spikes here coming up? The Silver Edge, that might actually be finished on Dyrachyo.
Yeah, I think the Silver Edge plus the Blink. The Silver Edge is flying out and the Blink for Pango as well, so this is what Gaiman are kind of waiting for. Whereas for 2B team, so you get the BKB. I mean, it's mainly just the BKB on Nightfall, because these other 2 Halberds you're gonna get eventually on GPK and Tide. They're nice and dandy to like delay the fight, but
Ahí daga para
I
el
don't
Pango.
see it like really swinging the fight. I think it will just delay.
Más difícil de matarlo aún. Mucha más movilidad.
Tokyo ordering the troops around. The old position 2 for Team Spirit, now position 5. Things are not going that smoothly for Baby Bottom team so far in this game.
I mean, that's why they need him to step up. TI winner probably knows what he's talking about currently.
A lo
Hopefully
mejor
they'll listen to him.
Yep, hopefully. I mean, they have a lot of
pueden hacer un
hot-headed
movimiento acá
individuals
arriba.
on the team, as we've talked about a
Dyrachyo.
million
Oh.
times. Silver Edge being shown.
Oh, nice
GPK,
manta.
he's not afraid to fight, but
He got off the gate
Stone
too.
Gaze is there. GPK trying to
Oh, buen posicionamiento de Dyrachyo, cancelándole la Q a GPK.
try to trample away.
Y está muerto.
He's just gonna die. I actually cannot believe he tried to TP there.
That was a sick play from Dyrachyo. Like, this is where a lot of the times people will call him out.
Eso es lo que debe hacer una Medusa,
Like a
señores.
clown. He's in a aggressive
Para eso sirve la ulti.
Manta dodges the pulverize in the start, then gets off the stone gaze. Like, he's baiting. He just got this kill on GPK
Miren y
basically on his
aprendan.
own with aggressive positioning. Honestly, monster play.
He's going BK beyond
It's
Techie.
not the first time we see him do that too. He did that the other
Es
day.
que necesita el BKB, yo creo, el Techi para poder iniciar. Están viendo que
Do you know how many
no,
different heroes Safe has
la CD de la ulti del T es muy larga.
4. You were close. Techie's is one of them. I mean, they're making it work.
Entonces necesitan otro iniciador para que les haga gastar los BKBs.
Of 3 heroes, then I guess.
He's
Right?
the EU Kaka.
Yeah. Tier 2 tower for Gaming Gladiators. Still a long ways from Roche being able to spawn at all. Quinn, another power room. Man, I would love to know how many power rooms he has gotten. Like, what percentage of them?
A lot.
Up to this point.
80%?
At least.
I'm gonna
At
go with
least.
80.
Oh,
As they're
¿lo vieron?
sniffing out the
¿O no?
young
No.
man pure.
Ahora sí.
Oh!
Oh, doesn't see.
No lo vieron.
I thought for a second that maybe there's like a bug where the
I mean, maybe if
diffusal-
you... I mean, the thing is, he was already hitting things, so then it's, I guess,
Yeah.
harder to decipher that.
Like, I know that if there's a
¿Vieron la
miniature
medusa que estaba
drop,
arriba?
you can see the effect
Yeah.
in fog.
I mean, also, if you hit people, you hear the sound.
Van a ir por el pango.
We've got a big smoke from Bibbidi Bobbidi team.
Pero
Gonna go
ya
through
están
the
subiendo en
bot.
medio. No lo van a encontrar.
Still
All
9k
five.
down at this point, and no
3
Roche
BKBs
in
por
sight.
parte de Betboom. El pango que tiene su BKB de manual.
Everything up now. We can see they're not really gonna find anybody off the bat at least. See if they take the gate.
Buena lectura por parte de Gaming,
Get some wards down for the eventual Roche, I suppose.
Yeah, it is still quite a little bit away, but they're setting up for it for now.
Yeah, it will be a daytime Roche at some point here. Although, I mean, it kind of depends on how long the Roche off lasts as well and how long the
Roche
spawn is.
va a spawnear abajo,
Control this area, and
por lo que
when you have
parece.
techies, this is maybe the best use case of techies in general,
Yeah.
is these Roche off scenarios.
No, for sure, like holding areas, but also most importantly, preparing areas. So the fact that BBT are down here for now, and I get to put out a ward, put out a sentry, and maybe just like kind of mine up the entire area of this around the Roche pit with save is
Ace
honestly
protegiendo
very
la
useful
torre, muy
and
bien.
necessary for them. As Philly Stone is going to continue to go to work, because why
Yep,
not?
It's still putting in overtime right now. You can see a lot more. It's a lot more gold. Only 3 more bounty runs. That means that Gaiman have been getting the later
Indeed.
versions.
You actually figured it out by yourself.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Pretty good. As the halberd soon to be completed.
La medusa muy alto en
But I mean, 2B team have to deal
Network
with their
ahora
waves
mismo.
again, so this could be a potential timing where
Poquitos
Gaming
kills
get
en
to
esta partida,
go down bottom, retake their own area, kind of.
Para lo que suelen ser las
I mean, we don't know
las
yet how
partidas
soon
en
Roche will
general.
respond. We'll see it at
A lo
20
mejor es que ya
seconds.
estamos a un nivel bastante más
Lotuses.
Look at he's
avanzado.
got the stack up as well.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys. You've seen this before. They certainly
Oh,
will not use
tienen
these
los lotuses a la
They
medusa
will be
que
creating a block of cheese
le
at some
gustan.
point.
Le gustan y
Gaming
mucho
Gladiators know what
además.
the fans want. If you're a Quinn hater, even though that's not Quinn, that's Dirachi. If you're a Quinn or Dirachi
Hay smoke,
hater,
hay smoke.
you're gonna love him after this game when they
Se van a
make
preparar
that
para
block
Roche.
of cheese and then lose.
You're gonna
Because you get everything you want. You get to see the block of cheese and you get to see them lose for the haters.
Wow, that's a double whammy. I mean, Medusa is
Parece
like
que
the
están
best
tratando
carry
de
to even have
controlar
these
la
lotuses.
parte
Like, you
central
make
de la
multiple, you just
jungla,
put them on your other teammates.
que es una muy buena zona para pelear si la estás
Good ward down
adelantado
before, and now in the jungle.
Making an avenue towards
al otro
Dirachi.
equipo.
Boom, boom team are ready to go.
¡Oh!
Immediately popped, actually.
Mal salto por la bestia
Cannot find any
y
sort of
el
connection, though. He
pango
has
que
to
salta
run
para cualquier lado también.
from onto
Good
the high
stop.
ground.
Ahí
With the rolling thunder, has a shield rune applied as well.
Pango revelando las posiciones de los demás. El Tide quedó mal parado. Hay ulti, pero logra escaparse. El Tide vuelve con el glimpse. El Morphling que quedó muy adelante con la BKB solo.
Back into the fray, onslaughting away now.
La Medusa que también gasta ulti. ¡Oh! ¡Qué buen stun! Hay follow, hay Ravage, pero el Ravage llegó tarde. El Under que sigue vivo. Llegó muy tarde ese Ravage, había sido un buen stun, Faltó comunicación o algo ahí, pero era muy buena.
This would make a great This is what nerves do to people. Yeah, that would make a great What the Horse episode. That's actually true. Will they, A, miss literally every spell?
A ver, vemos ahí.
That's what happened.
Estunia 3. El Disruptor queda abajo. Y el... Claro, el Tide quedó muy atrás por la medusa.
Overwatch is keeping. I think there were also maybe Lotuses that got like put around as well, and just get to see BB team squads. Like, some of the damage is just not really coming through. The BKBs aren't there anymore.
It's going to open up another Roche for Gaming Gladiators. This is the Aegis and Cheese, which they will not use because they want the block, of course, for the fans.
Estaban muy dispersos por la medusa.
But yeah, this game's delivering. We were hoping for a game 3, and I mean,
Y hay Roche, Aegis para la medusa, eso para el pango.
But either way, Gaming Gladiators in a good position right now.
Very good position at this point. So Nightfall needs an MKB. I feel like they cannot deal with these heroes right now. Like he needs to cut through either.
La medusa le sacó mucha ventaja a este Morph que diría yo que pareció muy poco en el juego.
These filthy auras out of the game. They're just doing way too much.
Finally, Mr. Quinn gets the Aghanim Scepter, something he's had to delay for so long just because he needed the
Y en esa TF quedó muy adelante, usó el BKB muy temprano.
So now the damage,
y no pudo hacer casi nada de daño. Oh, hay glimpse. Quinn que usa otra vez la ulti. Y tiene que volver. Bueno.
Get to hold pretty nicely as they were looking for a little bit of poke, but GBK, no need for him to use the BKB. And I do have to say, Team BBQ, you also have the Philly Stone on Toronto, Tokyo. And some scaling ET in this game is honestly also no joke. Like, he's more than halfway to his own Aghanim Scepter.
That's true. GBK spotted, but
ahí lo metiendo un poco de daño ahí a la torre, que de a poco va cayendo, No es mucho daño, pero es continuo.
In a situation like this, and now Gaming Gladiators just completely starving.
Yeah,
everything off the map for BB team.
I mean, at this stage of the game, any small victory matters a lot. Whether it's a small cooldown, a BKB charge to then go later, or you go around with some smoke and some Observer Ward, and the Rancho with this MKB, 3 minutes left on the Aegis, they just want to force a little bit.
Ahí se los ve muy concentrados los muchachos de Betboom. El Morphing es el que está allá, no, es el Tide me parece. Está volviendo. Así están los 5 dentro de la base, preparado para la TFA. Oh. Otra vez no puede agarrar la bestia. No puede iniciar, loco. Contrainiciación del Pango con la ulti. Recibe mucho daño. El Tide también que está recibiendo mucho daño. Buen stun, pero el Tide cae. Y no tiene buyback. Ay, ay, ay. Morphling tiene un salto. Techis que está tepeando. Yo creo que tepea igual. Nightfall, buen glimpse, hermano. Este glimpse Morphling está muerto sin whipback. Esto es GG. No da para más.
Just what a sick fight as they just keep it going. Tips coming out all around. Game feeling good. That's Rax number 1.
Y parece que nos vamos al Game 3.
Morph no buyback for 50 seconds.
Yeah, this is double Rax, I think. Another fortification comes out, and that's going to be the last one.
I mean, maybe Toronto can come in with some clutch stomps, but also no BKB on GPK. Yep, there it's onslaught.
A sheep stick on Ace.
El Techis siento que fue el pick más inútil de este juego.
But yeah, 2 sets of racks going the Gaming Gladiators' way, and let's see if they continue on for the potential megas. 30 seconds for Nightfall. They're going to have Pure back with the Ravage, and of course, Gaming Gladiators are not sure about this buyback situation on Nightfall.
O no tuvo el suficiente impacto que... cae la bestia.
One full minute of no primal beast as Pure gets glimpsed back. Still has the Ravage to work with as the Morphling is finally going to come here. He gets broken and dies. He knows that he can't buy.
Estaba esperando que se le acabe la pipa para ultear, pero me parece que estaba todo el equipo muerto ya. Medio tarde, ya igual. Se le acabó la Aegis.
Feels like
Oh,
Duracio was just banging.
Ahí acabé.
His save goes with a nice blast off Nightfall, trying to do the job with the ETL
first
coming
litter.
in. They're actually getting rid of
Hay daño, hay daño, hay daño.
quickly onto Duracio, but the
Pero
Pitapel is coming in with Quinn's swashbuckle,
no hay quien
keeping this
tanque.
Morphling in place. He gets 4 stacked and waveforms away and gets glimpsed back
GG.
and will be eventually brought down as GG's come out and only fitting
Regular
for
jugado
game
por
three.
Betboom.
I'm so
Y
happy we're going to a 3
clean
game
para los
series
muchachos
just
de
in this game.
gaming.
Quinn, he was everywhere in this matchup. I don't know what he ended up with, like 3-0-15. I mean, I
Para,
would be
amigo.
pumped up too if I saw my team win like that.
Absolutely. Terrific performance from Gaming Gladiators.
Buah, Scooby.
They tie things up 1-1 against the likes of BB Team.
Tremendo.
Who, I mean, they got off to a good laning start as they always do,
Yeah.
but then about 15 minutes in, Gaming Gladiators took firm control of this game, and I feel like BB Team, they're not really used to being in that
Yeah.
position.
Maybe the Boombox team were waiting a little too far, or like too much. I think like the Nightfall axe, I don't know if that's what they were waiting for, but that's exactly where Gaming, they just strike back in the
Bueno.
game, they get this Goldie, and from then on,
Esperemos que el Game 3 entonces empiece pronto. Y lo vamos a ver igual, a ver cómo termina esta historia. A ver si Betboom les da para recomponerse y dar lo mejor de sí, porque esta es la última partida de todas. Si no ganan, están fuera.
no more.
Y están jugando nada más y nada menos que contra los ganadores de las 3 Majors. Así que nada, vamos a ver cómo continúa esto, ¿no?
Bottom got like 1-2 kills and like kept everything moving forward as he's literally the only
Tremenda partida. Esa TF, si la ejecutaban bien, la pudieron haber ganado, ¿eh? Juré que había arrancado bien con el T y después como que en las TFs de midgame flaqueó bastante. Para mi gusto, ¿eh? Yo no soy ningún inmortal acá, pero yo opino nomás. De lo que veo. Bueno. A ver si se ve. Sí, fuerte y claro. Fuerte y claro se ve. Esto es... Pará, vamos a actualizarlo. Y ahora está 1-1 la wea, ¿no? Esto es el torneo, señores. Acá. Arriba está la upper bracket. Que arrancó esta semana. El lunes arrancaron las playoffs. Que bueno. Los equipos que ahora están en la upper bracket final son Liquid y Team Spirit. ¿Quién lo diría? Liquid, que le ganó a Gaming Gladiators, que fue lo que mandó a Gaming Gladiators al lower bracket. Y esta partida de Gaming contra Tundra fue epiquísima la última, ¿eh? ¿Fue esta, no? A ver. No. De hecho fue esta, a ver. ¿Estoy loco? Esta fue. La última de Gaming Gladiators contra Tundra. Duró 60 minutos. Y la tenía ganadísima Tundra, ¿eh? No, estoy perdidazo, hermano. No era esta. Era esta de acá. Yellow Game. Era esta, perdón. Era esta. Era Talón contra Team Liquid. De la que me estoy acordando ahora mismo. Es que bueno, son similares, ¿no? Porque duraron 60 minutos. Y acá la tenía ganadísima Talón para llegar a la final de la upper bracket. Pero ganadísima de que directamente estaban en el throne. Ahora voy a mostrar lo que pasó. Y Sai, con la Brood, dijo: ya fue, me mando a la base de ellos. A ver qué pasa, porque no podemos defender. Mis compañeros están muriendo todos. Y soy una araña pusher y ya fue, me mando. Y resultó que tenían Fortify los de Liquid, entonces aguantaron un poco más y la araña le empezó a tirar toda la base. Y en cuanto quisieron volver a defender con un TP, valieron verga porque se lo cortaron. Y quedó araña tirando sola. Y tiró más rápido. Y fue GG para Liquid. Por eso nada más, porque en TF la estaban comiendo todas. Así que ganaron prácticamente por la Brute de Sai. Y esa es la partida que me estaba acordando. No sé por qué carajo lo asimilé con esta y con esta. En esta ni siquiera estaba el Liquid, ¿no? Porque me tendría que haber acordado de la Brute de Sai. Pero estas fueron partidazas también. En la que flaqueó Tundra también, porque la tenía ganada Tundra. Esta fue la TF donde... A ver. Sí. Estaba 33 con la Brood. Y estaban ganando muy bien el early y el mid game. Pero una TF que se sobreextendieron en la base de gaming. Usaron todos los buyback, o creo que hubo 3 o 4 buyback de Gaming Gladiators. Y los remataron todos y a partir de ahí empezaron a remontar y no podían matar más a esa medusa. Y la medusa consiguió rapier y ya ahí se fue todo al carajo y ganó Gaming Gladiator. Como decía, no subestimen nunca la medusa de Diraccio. Este tipo sabe. Esta no la vi, la de Quest Gaming Gladiator, que fue hoy. A la mañana, hoy es 28. Sí, hoy fue a las 6 de la mañana esta no la vi. Esta sí la vi, la de Pandas y Aster, fue justo antes de esta serie. En esta, flaqueó en las TFs Aster. Bueno, de hecho se confió en el draft porque había un enigma. Y lo único que tenía para cortar el Black Hole es el huevo, que son como 5 segundos de tardanza, así que imposible cortar un Black Hole con un huevo, si quieres calcularlo. La vara del mono, pero ya se saca BKB, ya no vale. Y lo único más viable que vería para cortar el Black Hole es el Rubik, que de hecho es una buena opción, pero tenés que ser mejor que el otro, y en ese caso no lo fue. Así que nada, me confiaron bastante, el Enigma metió buenos Black Holes, el Rubik no. De hecho fue uno solo, fue bueno más o menos en la tier 2. Al mid enemigo que era el Tinker, el mid de Pandas me gusta bastante. Jugó la primera con Invoker muy bien. Me gustó mucho, para lo mal que está el Invoker ahora mismo. Y el Tinker, con el Tinker, bueno, la manejó bastante. El Morphling de Ramses estuvo bien, bastante bien. Y Pandas supo sobrellevar y ahora está contra Talón en la lower bracket. Esta partida va a estar buena, pero con el nivel que tiene Talón, que debería estar en el upper, si no fuese por el conche de su madre de Sai, yo creo que va a poder pasar Talón. Y vamos a ver qué pasa acá en esta partida. Creo yo que va a pasar Gaming. Porque ahora Betboom está mismo, yo creo, como choqueado, ¿no? Es lo que le pasa a la mayoría con otra Gaming, que parece que están ahí y de repente Gaming se levanta, se pone fuerte y les termina ganando, loco. Y Team Spirit, que la verdad me encanta Team Spirit, más por los jugadores que tiene. Que diría que Shator y Collapse son mis favoritos. Después los otros son jugadores buenos. Pero para mí Collapse y Shator son otro nivel de jugadores. Están haciendo muy buen torneo, que ahora están en la Upper contra Liquid. Esta partida me gustaría verla, que es a las 9:35. Vamos a ver si la podemos ver. Y esta ya es mañana, ¿no? A las 6. Y esta es la primera de la mañana. Y muy buen torneo. La verdad, le pasó el trapo a la Major este torneo. Yo creo que sobre todo porque no se vio el meta de la Major, que estaba siendo muy repetitivo. Y hubo un nerf después justo de la Major. Y no pasó mucho tiempo que la Major, que pasó una semana nomás con ese parche nuevo. Y yo creo que no tuvieron tanto tiempo para planear nuevas estrategias y tal. Entonces tuvieron como improvisar un poquito, ¿no? Y esto es lo que se vio en el torneo este, que estaba bueno. Y recordemos que va a haber un parche justo antes de las qualifiers. Así que vamos a ver qué se bufea ahí. Si hay cambios grandes, si va a haber nuevos ítems o qué. Es el 7.34. A ver qué tal. Y el domingo va a ser la final. Vamos a ver quién llega. Mis predicciones son: la final va a ser Talón contra Spirit. Y es un poco lo que quiero también, ¿no? Talón contra Spirit. Bueno. Tenemos esto que fue lo que pasó en la partida que les estaba comentando de talón. Que ya estaba prácticamente ganada, estaban hiteando el trono. Y ahí 23 ya estaba festejando ahí. Como se puede ver, estaban dándole al trono. Y estaba Sai en su base con una Brood tirándole la chucha. Acá vemos que comenta Sai, a ver.
Everybody wants to know what were the team comps like during that clutch.
A ver, esperen un momento. Ahí.
On these buildings, and you can see
Ahí estaba tepeando 23.
What were the team comps like during that clutch?
Estaba festejando y se percató que estaba cayéndose la base por una araña. Y el Ruby que cancela el DP, loco.
Were you saying anything? Were you watching the screen? What was going on?
I was just kind of clicking, and I was like worried because I had a bunch of gold because I sold 2 items, so I was worried that I should have bought another item. But I was thinking about running to the shop, but it was like a bit too far. So I was just panning my camera back and forth.
Sai en ese momento dice que estaba calculando si tenía que ir a al shop ahí de la base enemiga y comprar algún otro ítem para tirar más rápido la base, pero dice que también iba a perder tiempo en esa caminata desde el trono a la base de ellos. Loco, en lo que piensan todo, impresionante. Nada, tremendo jugador. Jugador que merece un internacional, la verdad. Un jugador muy regular. Para mí, el mejor offlane. Sai. Muy bueno. Vamos a darle un like ahí a Liquid. Y tremendo. De hecho, podríamos ver, ya que todavía no está esto coso. Vamos a ver 6 jugadas de los días anteriores. Un segundito.
Wasn't a big fan of the first phase Tide, and you know, GPK, he has some good games on Primal, but unfortunately this just wasn't one of them.
Yeah, high variance player, that's kind of what you have when you have a person that's this skilled in the game. So the side of BB team will be trying to bounce back and ensure that their game 3 performance mirrors what happened in game 1. But for Game & Gladiators, they've been here before, running back a very difficult series, and they'll be hoping to mirror the same performance they had against Tundra, the same performance they had against Quest Esports, and try to make a run into the grand finals, where we do not know who the challenger there awaits at the moment. These kind of runs, Purge, when they do start to happen for a team like Game & Gladiators, who are looking a bit seesawy, I'm pretty sure everybody else that's still in the tournament is looking back at the Tundra series and being like, damn it, why didn't they just eliminate them? Make all our lives so much easier.
I mean, there was a lot of times for so many teams this tournament that's been happening. So that's the glory of this late tournament competition. But yeah, I'm sure a lot of teams are wishing that they got knocked out right away. The tournament would have looked very different. Potentially, maybe Quest beats whoever is there instead, and then it's Betboom Quest right now, and then who knows? Yeah, it's fun to watch.
Liquid Bros, they're watching this like I thought we had a deal. We're gonna knock them down into lower bracket for the first time. All you have to do is finish them off, and seems like the deal is off. Like nobody's yet to do that. I mean, BB team could potentially do it, but I don't know. Like when they're playing from behind, a lot of the times you'll see them crumble. But let's see if they can manage to beat them.
That has always been the concern for a squad like BB Team. Have they...
Estaba viendo ahí que ya no está más el canal donde yo veía los resúmenes de Holy Exor, llamado el canal. No sé qué le pasó, si lo habrán bajado. Ahí está por comenzar la fase de drafteo. No sé si lo habrán bajado por no sé, porque eran resúmenes. Así que no sé. Encontré esto. Fue la entrevista que le hicieron ayer, la postpartida a Sai contra Talón. Que lo que pasó ahí, ganaron la final.
which one I'd want to play against. Undying, of course. We talked about all the good things this hero can do.
Yeah,
we look at Brood as well. This hero can do amazing things too.
The thing about BB team is they didn't
What
run
a
Brood
performance!
Mother
What a
yet as
series,
Masters, so
Zai! I'll try to piece it together, but boy, was that something to witness.
You don't want to give it to Ace. I mean, you could, but then your chances of winning.
Ahora sí.
Start with game number 3. You guys kind of lost control of early game, mid game. Seems that the decision early on was, Broodmother, go be annoying. Go split push constantly. How did you start factoring that into the gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, I think we got smashed in lanes. Like, it did not go according to plan. And they were kind of controlling the tempo of the game. And it seemed like, you know, the only way out is to try to pressure silence and be annoying and force them to move around and stuff. So, yeah.
All right. Second question. Could you hold your hand out for me? Keep it. Are you kidding me right now? How?
It's been like 2 minutes, so.
Oh, 2 minutes, yeah. Bro, I was only watching it and my heart is racing still. Decision, 2 heroes dead without buyback. Is the team like, Zai, go throne?
I mean, I think, to be honest, at multiple points in this game, I felt like my teammates were a bit lost. And like I kind of just tried to instill the attitude in myself that like they're all muted, you know, and I'm just trying to win the game. And that's kind of, yeah, even the last fight, it's like, yeah, I don't know, just for the moment. Seemed like a good idea, worked out.
Se mandó, ya fue.
I asked you this last time you were on stage, and I'm wondering if the answer has changed. Zai, are you satisfied yet now that you've secured top 3?
No, of course not. But I also feel just
Eso.
Like, ended, I feel pretty bad for Talon because I think, I mean, we were beat, to be honest. And like winning this game is like, you know, obviously we get top 3, but it's like it's not a satisfying win that way. I think we were pretty outmatched. So we have to kind of improve for next series and get our heads together. And,
Esa es la mentalidad.
But of course, happy with top 3.
Ahí está, Dotavali, gracias por la traducción, hermano. Tremendo. Tremendos. Bueno, vamos a ver. Ya están en la fase de picks. ¿Qué tal se está manejando la gente?
For some surprising last pick, but yeah, I mean, just pick some carry that's good and buy a freaking Diffusal Blade, and that goes like half the way. We saw 9 Pandas earlier today. They actually picked Invoker against Medusa, possibly for Mana Burn.
El Invoker contra la Medusa.
Really matter that game, but
God.
I think now it shows BB being one of the teams that has lowest hero pool.
Y es controversorio, ¿no? Porque el Invoker no usa la quita de maná, pero el daño que mete con el Sunstrike, y si lo puedes combinar con algo, tremendo. Sunstrike, Meteoro.
Exploitable. One of the reasons why Gaming Gladiators, they're banning all these different heroes. Like, they don't necessarily need to ban counters for Medusa if the enemy team is not going to pick it anyway.
It was just very smart of them to push the Deuce up to first phase instead of waiting for a second, because when you have a hero of the match of the previous one, like, it's almost always going to get banned in the second phase if they ran it back. So I'm into it. Well, there's a slightly new hero.
Bat Rider, me gusta contra la Medusa.
Tokyo. Yes. Thus far, 4 matches, 100% win rate. So going a different way.
Just gives them some initiation.
Bat Rider 5, Bat Rider 4.
And a different hero to start fights here. That was my big concern. At some point, it just felt like you could almost see BBT.
Otra vez Techi, loco.
Like, how do we actually make a play happen, force them to play on our terms, especially because GPK wasn't necessarily connecting with a lot of his moves. Now you don't have to have your mid player jumping in, maybe missing a BKB spell. You have a fallback layer on this Bat Rider.
Sure, it's always nice to have 2 forms of initiation, especially if one of them is the support, which is a lower net worth version, so if it doesn't really work out, at least it can be some type of bait. If it fails, you know, they all clump on the bat, they kill him, now the Ravage can come afterwards, so always an option here. Very curious to see if Gaming Gladiators here will take the Pango yet again, as that is a hero that is pretty good versus Medusa as well. It does buy the Diffusal Blade. But they're gonna go straight into Darkseer, very potent hero right now.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to pair it up with. Lion has been very common pairing, which shuts down some of the heroes that GPK likes to play. And I don't know, I mean, they can also get Disruptor for the Wombo combo. It's been super popular in the Eastern European region for a long time. And also have something against the Tidehunter. We saw some clutch Static Storms against the Tide early on, then Medusa with the break, and they managed to kill him. So Tidehunter, usually a hero that is super tanky, but if you itemize correctly, not necessarily.
What I also love about those Darkseer here, Purge, is that now, if I'm on the side of BB team, if I was thinking about PL, if I was thinking about Terrorblade, any of these illusion heroes against this Medusa, that is completely out of the window now with the Darkseer involved.
Yeah, the Darkseer is great against those heroes for sure. It's one of the offlaners that kind of hard counters a lot of carries that's sometimes difficult to draft for. So it's fantastic. It's tanky. It's going to farm no matter what. It's going to buy defensive items, and it's going to fit a similar playstyle to what Underlord brings to the table.
Disruptor otra vez.
So 2 times in a row here.
Que fue la Disruptor de Celeri.
Where's Faith Beyond at? If Faith Beyond is, yeah, he would be just jumping for joy at the moment, seeing all the team fight that GG have on offer. If I'm on the side of BB team, go for the Juggernaut. I'm glad they've done this here because we saw in the previous series of 9 Pandas when they were playing in the lower bracket, there was a perfect opportunity for Juggernaut.
Buen pick contra el Disruptor,
Ended up winning the game, but it was harder than it should have been. I think Juggernaut can really help them out right now on the side of BB.
Yeah, it's
A
pretty
ver qué
good.
tal
I mean, you're first the Darkseer,
el
which is a
Disruptor,
nice thing.
el
You know,
Chuk
you
de
just
Nightfall.
spin, they get out of trouble if they start diving, or you can just clear the waves out. Another thing you have is they want to play for the late game. That's gonna pretty obvious tell here, as Juggernaut is pretty good versus Medusa, because when you do get that Blade Dance lifesteal talent, it doesn't really matter if you're hitting the Medusa not doing damage. It is applied before reductions, so you can always get those heals off and kind of stand toe-to-toe against Medusa in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, with the recent changes to how like BKB works, spell immunity now called differently, magic debuff immunity against Disruptor, like Juggernaut is not that good. Like you're spinning and then he uses Glimpse on you. It's like you have like a second left on the spin and you're still gonna get pulled back. So I like this interaction a lot in this matchup.
They are really lacking disables on the Gladiator side though. That's the biggest thing their draft is missing. So them getting pick-offs outside of Glimpse is going to be a bit tough. It's going to be much more dependent on their mid. Storm maybe would be a good way to start fights for them.
We're going to see 4 of the best mid heroes getting banned here, as both teams still need a mid laner. Fang goes out, Ember's out.
Wind Ranger probably taken, Storm probably taken.
Wind Ranger is pretty good for both teams actually, versus the Juggernaut and the Medusa.
Is this like a rare time where it's good to be first pick here, that you have to pick your hero first to get the best one?
Yeah, I think so. When you're in this type of situation, I think the mid hero, so the biggest hero pool right now, I believe, is technically the carry, but you have to have the overall last pick of the game. For far as mids, probably the second biggest hero pool of all the roles right now. So they both want a similar type of hero in this game. But I think you have a little more flexibility for BB team on what you want to pick mid here. Because Tide, they can kind of cover your blink initiations and your team fight. Kind of have everything there, whereas Darkseer probably wants more
Ahí está el coach de Gaming.
especially when you have a Medusa and Undying. So I think for Gaming Gladiators, Quinn is going to be a bit more on the end of needing to make a bit
por parte de Gaming, Puck y Ember, los mid van.
So he's just going to pick what's the left of the bunch here.
El Battery todavía puede ser medio también, Cuidadito con eso.
I feel, because I think Storm's going to get contested. Like these are the 2 big heroes that I'm seeing right now. Because you might just like preemptively counter Storm if like you want to pick Storm into Dragonite, into Disruptor. I think you might lean towards something more that scales better.
No lo veo.
This is the 3rd game of a best of 3 elimination game.
Para Gaming.
Storm for sure, I think.
Oh, Rainbow Pony. Okay.
That one is interesting.
Lindo Pony.
They were the ones that debuted
El Disco Pony.
Prior to this tournament. However, this is going to be his first time running it at the Riyadh Masters here, Purge. So what do you make of it? Does it provide them with the additional amount of catch that you wanted from this draft?
I mean, you can
equipo bastante consistente.
To set things up for your team. It definitely does a lot of damage as well. And it's going to be happy to like run around dealing, like just being alive in fights is all it kind of needs. And so between like Undying protecting it and Darkseer amplifying
Imagino que van a ayudar las botas de mana en ese equipo porque son todos mana dependientes.
I'm going through the list of the heroes that GPK played. I don't see any of these heroes that are still left in the pool doing good against Razor or Leshrac, so it might need to be like something like Razor just to dig deeper into the pool and because it's a good lane matchup against Leshrac. If they go with something like Storm, I believe
Invoker,
that
puede ser.
Leshrac will buy Yule Scepter, so he can't like roam around freely. You'll have something to stop from going that. It's a great setup for a Static Storm, great setup for your
Invoker
own
de
Earth
Wex,
Splitter.
pero no.
Not an easy pick for BB team.
Yeah, I definitely think they need to get a little creative here.
Yeah.
Of days of old, we would pick Sniper here. But are we going to be that creative right now? Or are we going to just stick within the mold
No, el
that is
Sniper
the
se
meta
lo
right now,
coge.
of picking around the same
El Razor
10
en
mid
mid,
heroes, I
el
would
Razor
say,
mira el
almost
Leshrac
every
en
single
mid
game.
game.
If he's
Más
a
que tienen
sniper, if
un
he gets
disruptor
left
que los
limbs
puede
every
volver para
fight,
atrás.
like you run at him, he runs
Jodido
away,
para
when he gets
Sniper.
back, he dies. It's
He
kinda
has a really good front line. You have Juggernaut, Tidehunter to protect you, Batrider as well. I mean, like before Fear said it, I'm like...
Yo creo que es un
they don't
Invoker,
have
¿eh?
anything to
Invoker
counter
o...
backlines with.
¿O qué otra cosa?
Until Leshrac gets a Blink Dagger, but this is like further down the line.
I mean, Tide can protect it too. I think you want to... The name of the game is
La
scale
snap
right
está
now
baneada.
for both teams. And I think if you want to have the scale, that's where my head is at right now, of like something like a Sniper. It doesn't have to be exactly that, but it does look like a good game. You got these two tanky, slow cores, but they're just going to go straight for the Storm. And from what I've heard from a lot of teams, the Storm was really good versus the Leshrac. Then Leshrac just had a light bulb go off. What if
No
I
sé
buy
si era
Yules?
Storm.
Now all of a sudden, I'm good against you. So they took a lot of time. They stayed within the mold. They've been doing that the whole tournament, and it's been working pretty well for them. Will it work here?
We're gonna
I'm gonna
find
say no.
out. You're gonna say no?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
Yeah, I think Gaming Gladiators, they got the draft that they wanted in this one. A lot of team fight. You have Darkshire anti-carry, good against Juggernaut later on once you pick up the items. Medusa as well, a lot of saves. You have another good combo, Vacuum Wall into Static Storm. We saw Tofu in the previous game getting Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter, so that's always going to be potent. I'm not a big fan of Tidehunter in this one. BB team, it seems like how tournament progressed, they got figured out more and more. Like, you know that the hero pool is limited, and it's now showing, especially in this game 3.
Courage, you have the hard job contrasted. Tell me how they win with this draft from BB team, with this undefeated Storm Spirit in their hands.
I don't really know if I know the answer to that. I'd rather talk about how that
Ilumíname, push.
just has a great 4-man lineup. Like Dusa can go off and farm, and they're gonna have Leshrac to frontline and hit towers and be backed up by their other heroes that are ready to party right at the start of the game. So I guess the counter to that would be GPK rotates well, kills the supports effectively.
Gaming Gladiators pueden pelear incluso con sin la Medusa.
Then they can take a group
Y va a ser un
fight
equipo
ravages
muy
and
fuerte.
storm jumping in and picking heroes off.
This does not sound.
No escuché lo que dijo el
doesn't bode
Storm
well
ahí.
for the side here of BB team, given what my panel is saying, given how high stakes this game is. Remember, $500,000 goes to the team whichever wins this one single game of Dota 2. It is also going to be a road towards the grand finals, as winning this puts you in the top 4 of the Riyadh Masters, the most prestigious tournament of 2023 by far at this moment in time. BB team, of course, trying to make sure that they can get the run back deeper into the tournament, get revenge for the loss they suffered in the upper bracket. But Gaming Gladiators, they are on the come up, they are on the rise, they are making their lower bracket run. The dream of a golden year is still available for them, where they win every single tournament. We're going to find out what's going to be happening here as we have the Beast from the east of BB team versus the Gladiators of Game Inside. Let us enter the Coliseum of Dota 2, and to do so, we have our conductors of chaos. It's Sunsman and Kezu.
Dale que se viene.
Thank you very much, Snare. We have...
Well,
I
I'm
was
just
going to do
looking
the
at you.
exact same intro that I did game 1, but I remembered that I did game
Arrancaron los
2,
tips con de todo.
beginning of game number 3, one of these
Ahora sí,
teams is going
último
home.
juego
After
del
this,
día.
The other team will stay alive. I thought that these two teams might be the ones.
Bueno, ahí será noche, ¿no? Pero bueno.
Finals, but instead,
I thought so
they
too.
meet in the
Acá para los
lower
latinos.
bracket, and now it's turned into a sudden best of one. What do you think of these lineups, big boy? Team?
Both teams have, honestly, just very good lineups for themselves. I do think that the Quinn now Leshrac, the Disco Pony, is a very feared hero-player combination, just like his Pango from the last 2 games. I do think that Nightfall on the Jug has had some very good performances, and I like the switch above Toronto Tokyo. I feel like after losing that last game, he's like,
Battery
guys,
5.
I'm going to make it easier for you. I'm going to play a somewhat initiator later on.
Techo
where I
es
can
4.
do more, and at this mid game, we're going to have a lot of team fighting going on.
No le pusieron nada,
Playing as Tidehunter, didn't have the greatest of games last time around. I mean, it is a hero that can farm really well, but it also doesn't feel like one of those assassinator types that we like to see him play.
It's also against the Undying again, which I feel like this hero is just dominating. Like all the lanes, the mid games, the saves with the team fights too. So I wonder, like, maybe that's like one of the adjustments where the Bad Rider can drag the hero in a bit more to make it easier to fight away from the tomb, have like your own kind of setup for the fight. Not sure if that's what they're going for, but I feel like both teams just have some banger drafts.
Darkseer Orf, que me está gustando mucho en este meta. Chanabel y Meishu se estaba piqueando bastante. Y ahora es uno de los mejores off. Oh, arranca el giro del Chuck, que le deja la mitad de la vida.
What is the kill potential in this lane? I mean, it's sticky napalm with Blade Fury. It's not the craziest.
Pulse 5 Bad Rider, I would say, is pretty weak in this lane. Like, if you ever just get Surge on Ace, you can just walk off any of the pressure. With Vacuum later, you can even man up. So, would expect Ace to have a pretty good time down here. Toronto, Tokyo, though, did get to squeeze in 3 denies in the first wave, which is very crucial against these Darkseer lanes.
Not too shabby at all. GPK is going to find his way in the mid lane again. This time as the Storm Spirit Quinn, as we talked about the Lesh. And he's had some really good Lesh performances.
I've seen him win this lane, I think, quite many times. And if that is the case, there's definitely a chance for Tofu to maybe swing by mid. You get some quick glimpse play with Quinn potentially hitting level 6 earlier than GPK. So something that GPK is going to have to watch out for.
We'll see if Quinn can get every single power rune again.
Probably.
That certainly helped. Initial one usually being RG.
Oh, there's a tombstone, level 2 timing.
Oh, tiene en peligro. Cae. Bien visto por Celeri. Oh.
He's gonna have to try to walk away though. He's taking a ton of damage. Forced to use the Fairy Fire.
Quinn's got the
Couple
bottle.
misses on the high ground from GPK. Quinn will eventually get the other water.
Claves peligrosos en la mitad, en las líneas de medio.
I mean, I really like the way that Dota is set up now. The first 5.5 minutes, it's actually for the most part one.
Y el Lesh que se va a curar bastante ahora con esa runita.
Lotuses on the side lanes as well. They just get to refill their bottles in mid, but overall just this first spot up top again against
El
Pure.
totem del Shuk, clave en esta línea.
It's Pure who's taking off, but in both
Contra
the
el
last
Disruptor
game
que
and this
desgasta un
one,
montón.
Gaming Gladiators was just a very simple combo of
Y el escudito del Darkseer.
shutting down his early game.
And if you're looking into the mid to late game, do you see any matchups that would be interesting? I feel like we've seen so many of these heroes face off against each other. I guess, Celery, making a sticky bomb, we'll just walk it off. That's going to allow the Lotus to be picked up by Pure.
Very good posture by them to go forward, allow themselves to
Storm bastante
get the Lotus
jodito.
with, like mid-game, late-game timings. Maybe, I feel like Jug should have a pretty good time here in like the mid-late game to just like stand your ground and keep hitting. But honestly, the X factor for me in this game is this Toronto-Tokyo Bad Rider. I feel like
La clave de Betboom va a ser este Shug.
And it looked pretty damn
¿Qué
good.
tal le va?
Link, BKB, Pulse 5 Bad Rider. Cannot underestimate that.
Yeah, could be looked at as a bit greedy.
Yep.
But considering these games typically go relatively long, although the last 2 games kind of a different story. But we are here again with the elimination game 1-1. We're not able to hit the split earth, and GPK is going to try to punish him for it. 4-minute water rune's about to spawn.
Yeah, he is quite
Creo que
out of
Quinn está
line.
baiteando con esa vida,
Also has to look at these runes as Tofu is making his way to the bottom ones. Maybe GPK won't even be able to refill his bottle.
Yeah.
Very needed play as well.
Dos creep con escudito, cuidadito con eso.
Actually be holding it.
Cayó uno.
Quinn?
Looks like, yeah, he's
Looks like
able
Quinn's
to
getting
get both of them.
That's a pretty big boost for him.
I mean, that is like one of the small things that could push you over the edge.
What?
Where you can
Le
get
juntó las dos runas,
allow
Quinn.
Tofu to rotate over to you later. Quinn is going to try to slowly burn through these raindrops. But GPK doing a very nice job. 7 denies and slightly ahead in the CS.
And Nightfall owning 25 and 12 right now in the CS. And you can just see on the left side, all 3 top CSers are on the Boom Boom team.
Even with Pure going down to the first plot again, like the later stages of the laning stage just kind of going in their favor. And Nightfall CS, I've experienced it myself. I think he's the most aggressive carry with the best CSing in the entire game. It is so annoying to lane against this guy.
Shug y Storm top de CS. De Crips. Pero corre, tire, boludo. Le salvó la vida el Techis.
Was it Ramses who had a queued up but then didn't go for it or something last time?
It might have been Nightfall even, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, we'll see. It is a pretty decent diffuser game. There's also like some undyings around the block. You can go Disperser, of course, because nowadays you can actually upgrade it. As Nightfall should have a pretty uncontested early game. Like you're laning into, what, Darkseer Disruptor?
La cantidad que busca de acá,
I think he's going to be skyrocketing up in the net worth. Nice D-ward by Tofu here. Want to apply this early pressure.
Bota de mana para el Lash.
Se
viene a dar una de minuto 6 muy importante para los dos medios, pero parece que va a ser para Toronto Tokio.
Gaben is not watching the game.
Gaben, where are you? You guys just witnessed history. Quinn did not get the first power rune.
Did not get the 50-50 as both supports.
This moment, yeah, quote unquote 50-50.
La Medusa que está sola, cuidadito.
Anchor smash action. Duraccio, I mean, he's
No.
all alone.
Parece que no hay más. Chase.
He's gonna get another Lotus here.
This is of course amazing for Medusa. It kind of seems like the new Medusa build with all these nerfs.
Toronto Tokio que quiere robar la runífera.
Stay more tanky, be able to fight back as what is Toronto Tokyo already setting up the 7-minute Wisdom Rune steal? I mean, you have Flame Break, right? So you can always just bounce
Haciendo el
back
verde.
the other noobs who are coming to contest you. Make it easy for yourself.
Yes.
And
Tofu.
He has glimpse, but when you're standing still this entire time, it's not going to do anything.
He's ready. Don't
he
move.
Does move slightly. Yeah, he messed up already. Toronto Tokyo. Trying to out-click Tofu. We see a TP coming in. He gets off the Firefly. There's the Flame Break. Be able to secure it along with save on the other side. So
double Wisdom Rune.
Wisdom Runes going the way of Boom Boom.
Y va a caer Toronto Tokio.
They better get this kill.
Oh my.
This would be absolutely awful for Gaiman.
He will die, but this is so much space. Double Wisdom Rune.
Obvio.
We'll find him.
Yep, eventually a lot of mana having to be expended. Toronto Tokyo will finally go down.
Y cayó. Finalmente.
On the other side,
El Undying que también cae. El Techis que va a caer. Cae la tumba justo a tiempo.
Off the sticky bomb onto Duraccio as well, as now they're trying to turn the sights or turn this around onto Duraccio.
Llega GPK para la Medusa, está teniendo muy poco maná. Y buen glimpse, que no va a ser suficiente.
Duraccio is actually going to drop. So GPK getting glimpse back means that he has to use all his mana.
Tanto Shug que está muy tranquilo con el Darkseer allá abajo. Intercambiando farm. De hecho el Darkseer está muy abajo.
At least what sucks for him is that he's out of mana, as Pure is currently getting ran up by Quinn and Tofu.
Omnislash,
Omnislash que no termina nada. Ahí te pide la Medusa, ojo, ojito. No, bueno. Era para irse nomás. Creo que es bueno lo que hizo también.
See Tofu now. Quinn. I mean, Quinn with this Diabolic Edict, we've been seeing this time and time again. He kind of ignores it to begin with to be able to win his lane, but then he starts maxing it so he can actually do some damage to this tower, because that is a huge benefit for your mid lane. I mean, it's like a DK essentially, except
Falcon Blade para el Storm. Bluestone en progreso para el Left Flag. Tienen un Ward y dando a la Medusa.
I'm just gonna go take the mid lane as looks like Quinn doesn't want to have too much to do with that anymore. I mean, this is very good for Medusa like this early.
El Storm le va a ratear los stacks.
Mid. Just push in the wave, go back to the jungle. The enemy mid comes here, he will do the same thing and you just free farm.
Hay 3 héroes de gaming arriba.
Tokyo get close to his level 6 in that mid lane. Still another wave or two away. And Pure about to finish.
Y la cosa está muy tranquila de momento.
you watched last game, we don't need to have that discussion again.
Yep. Let's skip straight through that one. It's Gaimin are bringing the train to middle.
No, manito, que te quedas sin maná. ¿Y qué hacemos? Hay Ravage que llega, conecta y el Tenchi también. Muy bien. El Lundain que cae. Digo, el Batrider a manos del Lundain. Tiene que quedar mal parado. Hay Kinetic Field. Hay Meteoro. No conecta con nadie. El Lundain que también está recibiendo bastante daño. Pero el Lundain, el Tide está muerto. 2 por 1.
It's not the same as a Pango where you're just very elusive unless you need to try and stay very tanky throughout the game. So any of these early deaths can definitely set him back.
Dyrachyo working on the Manta style on Nightfall, still trying to finish up that Battle Fury. Going to be about a 12-13 minute Battle Fury, so very, very good.
Battle Fury probando el Shuk.
We may have seen, because this definitely looks like a 12-minute Fury. Said it before, but
nunca más vi un Shuk de Defusal. No he visto que se la armara más.
He is struggling in this early game.
We've been saying that a lot.
We've said that every game this series.
And I think the last series too.
Yeah. Well, he's very good at recovering, and they'll need these auras. But I must say that I feel like Nightfall is just putting on a pretty big laning show here. 27 denies, free CS, and now pressuring the tower as Ace is recovering on the Ancients, but
Gaming muy pasivo en esta partida. Bastante contraste con la anterior que estaban todo el tiempo, por lo menos en early, moviéndose.
I mean, when you have these heroes like Lifestealer and Jug, and I would consider this a fairly free Jug game, and you get off to this type of a start, you're not gonna slow him down.
Regepal Storm inician al Disruptor que todavía no tiene ulti. Ay, justito pasó, pero no siguió pana.
Does have the Seeds of Serenity, which should help the Ledge, but I mean, yeah, you can see Nightfall. He can high five, run into Ace, and he knows that nothing's really gonna stop him. And at the same time, top, we have a similar story with the Tidehunter. Just gonna Meteor Hammer away at the tower. I mean, you're actually having the same thing on all three lanes.
Buen glyph.
So laning stage, as per norm, going the way of Bidet Bayer's team. As his tier 1 tower taking a lot of damage. There's GPK going in pretty deep, forcing out some TPs. I'm not even sure that
there's a glimpse.
El Batrider va a caer.
Toki is going to get glimpsed. Requires all the effort here from Gaming Gladiators just to defend this tier 1, but the top lane, lots of damage done with the Meteor Hammer. As Pure continues to push, but Dyrachyo did show up to try to defend, but meanwhile tier 2 taking a little bit of damage as Nightfall's still completely left alone.
He's just soaking up the entire map. As the game are probably okay with this play.
Está pegando mucho ese Shug, cuidadito. Esperemos que tenga impacto en esta partida.
Kind of happy in this game. As I feel like Nightfall's heat map is just gonna be this entire bottom area plus the Ancients.
Yeah, that is fair. And
getting this Ancient stack is pretty big, even if you don't get all the last hits, which Nightfall probably will.
That is nice.
Oh, el Shug. ¡Oh! Y saltó, pero es suficiente. Buen movimiento de los muchachos de Betboom. Están todos boquiabiertos. No sé si es buena idea chasear tanto. Ravage. Meteor. GPK sin mana. El Undying que está a punto de caer. ¡Oh! ¡Oh! Lesha con poco mana. Y va a morir. Ay.
And BB team completely crushing this early game, and now they're going to finish up. Well, it's not a stack anymore.
Se juntó todo el equipo de Betboom. Lo hicieron muy bien.
Just like the first around the mid that then clipped Quinn to get the kill. Here again to stop like the follow-up stun into the static as well. Then just play around the healing ward. Nightfall continuing to farm the enemy triangle. Gaming are soon going to lose their mid tower too, just bleeding everyone on the map.
And we'll see how Gaming End up responding to this. Been in this situation a few times. And Ace, at the very least, he was able to get some
Mala leche cuando te salta para cualquier lado la ulti del Shug, güey.
from Boombox team.
Just so much
Pero por
damage.
suerte,
Techies
ahí
also
volvió,
scoring magic
saltó
resistance.
para los
Bad
Ancients y
Batter
volvió
comes
después
through.
para el Darcy al último.
Like this Ravage here is really nice to stop Quinn from running in and getting a follow stun here on Nightfall. Would have very liked
Como
to
ya tenía
stay
Battle
there.
Fury, bueno, aprovechó un poquito el clip también.
Did take them a pretty minute to kill off Celery, but I mean, they get what they came for. And Gaimin completely losing their stacks and several heroes to boot. Having said that, the fact that it's only 2K really confuses me. 2K.
Y Bloodstorm terminada para el Lesh. Buen momento para hacer algún movimiento.
Betboom's Ancients up top. He now has Manta to try and come back a little bit. I guess most of the bros and
Mientras
Quinn
la
are
Medusa
fine, spending all their gold.
tiene que ir farmeando lo más que pueda.
Feels like maybe the B-Boxers should be ahead a little more.
Vessel almost there for save.
El Shug se está mostrando solo abajo.
One
Which is-
charge.
that's honestly a big one. Like against this Quinn Lesh who
El
has
tigre
been
en
slowed
top.
down, so by the time the Vessel comes out, he's not close to his BKB or his Yules. There's also no Lotus over. So that could honestly like really help them just cut through this Bloodstone heal and
Arcane.
The Diffusal is queued up alongside the Manta style for Nightfall.
Oh, ahora sí. Difusal.
And for GPK, he's had his Witchblade for a bit now. And it will be a BKB next. And for the likes of Pure on the Tide, who's been having a very good game in terms of his impact overall.
Está viniendo el
is
Undying.
one for
Y...
Try to kill him. He's
Hay
okay.
Glimpse.
Let's see. Glimpse back.
Static Storm Kinetic Field. He's stuck in place. You can see the TPs are coming.
El tío está muerto.
Yep, they're getting him.
In place. He gets off the Ravage just in time to do
Pero
nothing, but GPK
no.
zips on in, and then immediately
Se arrepintió de inmediato, pero los compañeros no sabían nada de eso, cómo arrepentirse porque no tienen como... ¡Oh, buen salto del Techis, hermano! Buen salto, estudiando a 3. Y el Lesha que está muerto.
Was that like a three-man blast? That looked so good with the wall into the vacuum and all these heroes, but Nightfall is around on a triangle, comes in.
Parecía que iba a terminar muy mal eso para Betboom, porque el Storm baiteó a todo su equipo.
Ravage does come out, which honestly looks
Hay
very
Ravage.
useless.
Está todo Betboom ahí parado, esperando a ver qué hacemos.
This was looking really good right here.
This
Y el
blast
Storm
off
entra.
against off, Jesus.
Inmediatamente sale.
Points on the ground too.
Y Toronto Tokio y el Techis quedan mal, pero el Techis salta y estudian 3.
Oh man, that's
Y hay follow daño y llega el Shug. Tremendo.
B-Box with a great response.
Let's see the reaction this time from Pure.
Yeah, Pure very happy about that.
Right. Very happy with himself.
Oh, Battery en peligro. Parece que está muerto.
He's not gonna be too
Salta el
happy with
Storm
himself
y
if
vuelve.
he ends up dropping here.
Y vuelve a salir.
Close is he to that blink?
He was very close. That was like 100 gold off. Now 200 gold.
Oh no.
You do have the Vessel charges completed on save, so if you're Quinn, you probably want to finish up these Yules before you fight, but at the same time too, Pure is going to be finishing a pipe, so making Quinn's game even harder as it is.
And BB team, as per norm, other than the last game, have a lead at the 18-minute mark. Can they hold on to it? Can they take advantage to get these early Roches? Can they actually go high ground? Now, I will say, Jug is excellent at going high ground. One of the best carries, for sure. Very safe. Worst case scenario, you Blade Fury, hit it, back up. But then
Oh, salto del Techis. Y el Shug y está dead. Está muerto.
What a monster play.
Ahora sí, el Techis teniendo el impacto que se merece.
At the same time too, even if they can't fully go high ground, right? You just have the fact that Toronto Tugo is going to have the blink to lasso people and just play the map where just now the way they get to pick off Ace, just the reactive taser from save, purging out the surge. Looking at mid.
Oh, GPK, he gets baited inside that Static Storm Kinetic Field, and he gets
¿Qué
punished.
hizo?
Overconfidence again, biting him in the ass.
Save looking for another beautiful blast off. Will he find it?
He cancels it there, gets off his sticky bomb. He's trying to bait them in. He gets glimpsed back into the fray. As Quinn gets
Buena pipa, pero no va a ser suficiente para salvar al Techis.
And Pure showing off that newly picked up pipe.
Looking for more.
He is a super hard kill.
El Leshak sin mana. Celery que queda muy adelante, pero llega la Medusa. Puede caer el TIE, pero tiene Ravage. El Jug está llegando.
Nightfall is coming close.
Ojo con este Ravage. Buena manta. Jug. ¿Qué? Qué mal está peleando esta pelea Betboom, por favor. Y ya no tienen nada más que ejecutar.
Again, a super early blink dagger for the likes of Tofu. Well, I guess it was Celery last time, I think, right? But Tofu
No, that was also
here.
him.
Okay.
Anyway.
Unimportant.
I mean, the beam bombs. Like, do they want to do that without Nightfall?
Todo comenzó con un salto random del Storm al Undying.
I don't know if he canceled it or if he just didn't have one ready. Or like even on his hero, but GPK gets punished, goes in too deep and game, and they just turn it into way more on the map. Like there's more than 5k gold between the next most important hero in your lineup, and he's the one that was not able to connect.
Mejor no opinar de ese Storm, ¿no?
Like isn't necessarily his fault because he took the tier 2 top. Maybe he should have a TP, but
a ver, ya desde el pick.
I mean, Pure, I can't even imagine how much damage he's taken this game.
A lot.
Feels like he has tanked a lot of damage, but you know, Boom Boom team not able to really take advantage of that. At least not yet. They're going to smoke up, as we can see the net worth now even on both sides.
A ver si Nightfall puede sacar diferencia en este smoke. Porque lo que fue la última TF los puede complicar. Otra vez Toronto Tokio que quedó en banda. Buena reacción de Directos. Y buena daga de Tofu, limpiándolo al Techis, que parece que está muerto, ¿no? ¿Nightfall? ¿Qué hace? Mano, que es un Techis, tranquilo.
They were looking for the glimpse there, I think, or something. Either way, I feel like there's no more Arteezy Manta, so it's gotta be the Directos Manta.
La medusa que ya está alcanzando al Jug.
On the Manta into the Stone Gaze, I think 99% of all of the carry players, they're just dead there. Because they get lassoed into the Jug, just clicking them to death.
Fue una reacción inmediata de esa manta.
Yeah, look at that. Directos overtaking Nightfall in net worth temporarily. They're basically the same now.
Ya me ha pasado de que dayar con el Batrider y me pasa lo mismo. Activar la manta justo en el momento que saltaste y te quedas en banda, pero no sabes cuál lootear. Ojo, vas a hacer free rush para Betboom. Scan. Ya saben que están ahí, pero no van a llegar.
We have seen teams fight into Aegis like this because they're kind of stuck on the corner of the map, but they have enough time to disperse a bit.
Nightfall's steeping out, so if they can find a fight here, he cannot be here.
Yeah. Tofu finds Toronto Tokyo.
That's one catch.
Yeah. Kinetic Field holds him in place. Quinn should be able to set up an easy pick off.
Otra vez el Batrider out.
By Quinn.
Y el Curry también, por si acaso.
Well, still.
Everybody else gets out though.
Double B square team get themselves the Aegis.
Y el Batrider, que es el iniciador de momento. Daga del Darkseer, ojito. Ya tiene daga el Disruptor y tiene daga el Darkseer. No es un chiste.
Ace has his pipe, he's got his mech. And working towards a Lotus Orb now.
Also very good, especially against these Raiden heroes.
Tiene Lotar y está haciendo Ciberech. Directos, otra vez.
Of course.
Que ya lo pasó en Network al Jug.
Got 2 of them on their supports. As we have a Torming time.
Oh, God.
Well, that is
Sharp para el vato.
Toronto Tokyo's I don't want to be worth 1,400 more gold. That's
Yeah, you would honestly rather not have it. Like, just
¿Qué le daba la Shard? Le daba buff a la...
You never know. Might transition
¿La tercera puede ser? No, estoy perdidazo. No sé ni lo que le da.
Okay, Gem is being purchased. They're a bit sick of this map. I mean, certainly when you have Storm and Bat, you rely a little bit on pickoffs, so buying that is good. As they finally unblock their Ancients, but it does see the ward as the Cardi B will kill this ward.
And there's a big item for GPK. He has actual survivability now.
Tiene gema al Storm.
Against these dire heroes, right? But must say that Tofu's Disruptor performance in both the last game and this has been very good. He's got the blink, point booster. Like, this is a hero that can change
Tofu que está yendo por
with an AoE Doom.
Scepter, el Disruptor.
Last few minutes and getting that Aegis, Gaiman have extended their lead despite not being the ones to get that Aegis.
Honestly, this is just like elimination game, LAN vibes. You start 5-manning maybe a bit more. You're a little scared as, I mean, the Beambox team are still in a great position in this game. Gaiman doing a good job around the map as another Silver Edge, similar to last game. Give yourself another win condition and another timing in the fights against this Tide.
Yeah, definitely worked last game, like you said. Break pretty damn powerful. It's already working on Aghanim Scepter for the Disruptor. If he can get to that, my goodness. Blink, Static Storm, muting items, game winning potentially. Might not be, I mean, I'm starting to think of the Aghanim. I don't want to make a tier list here. It's got to be top 5 though, potential.
Ags Disruptor? Yeah.
It's crazy.
I think it's like one of the most impactful, at least support Ags. Probably overall Ags in a game.
And GPK is going to TP back. They're all smoked up to the side of Baby Back Ribs. It's Toronto Tokyo. Not able to find the connection. Quick blink out. As both Tofu and Quinn on the run. But a huge jet from GPK. He's going to get ulted. He's up deep.
Euleado el Storm.
Not going to follow it up with any stuns. Just like that.
Y no estaba el Shug con Aegis.
But they're regaining some of the map control and they killed 2 of Gaiman's wards, which honestly, having this happen at this stage in the game is very important. Nightfall. So getting closer to a butterfly, which will make him very tanky. And I think Nightfall's going to be able to go quite ham in some of these next fights.
Enchanted Quiver now. Picked up by Dyrachyo, getting that little extra boost in damage and range.
We'll gladly take that. So Toronto Tokyo having a little bit of a slower game compared to some of his, I think maybe yesterday's Bad Rider performance, but overall, still working towards the next BKB. Oh, Torment time.
All right.
Will it be the grabby?
Grab ally or disruptor?
Grab ally.
They get it!
Oh.
That's a big one. I mean, you still can try to drag them away.
Shard para el Undying.
Tomb with the lasso, so...
Es el que se pueden meter dentro de la tumba.
No, I mean that you just make it harder for Celery to save because you're dragging them into your team.
Okay,
with the
but if you grab ally, someone that's getting lassoed, what happens to?
Oh, they're going straight in the tomb.
But what happens to the lasso?
I don't know.
Like, does Toronto Tokyo, is he stuck there? Because there's some weird interaction depending on the spell.
I actually feel like it will keep. So the guy will be in the tombstone, and you will hear the lasso, but he will just walk away with no one.
Okay.
Habían hecho un cambio en...
Well, you're about to find out soon.
En esa Shard del Undying. No sé muy bien cómo funciona ahora, pero creo que los aliados por sí solos creo que no se pueden meter. Lo que tiene que ser el Undying quien los meta. O algo así. O al revés.
You play against other heroes like Darkseer who make it harder for you to get all these kills with more illusions, more auras, surges, so I think Gaiman should be pretty happy with what's happening.
And they're gonna smoke up.
Smoke en medio. Ojo Shug.
Looking for a way to initiate. And Toronto Tokyo seemingly always in front for Boom Boom.
More wards being killed as Gaiman actually have 0 wards on the map right now. I don't know if they're holding anymore. Looks like they did just get 1 place out. So this is the only ward that they're going to have for a while. They may want to be protecting it more heavily. Quinn.
All right, they're going to get a little bit of vision here. A glimpse into the Yule splitter. The save. He's actually so much tankier than he looks.
He's not getting out, is he?
Oh.
Save.
Going to slow him.
Buen hit. Y no parece que quieran pelear. Ahí, Betboom.
BBT have not been able to get themselves a kill on the board.
Pero ya están en la T2. Y le están metiendo mucho daño. Supongo que van a split pushear. Y ahora sé que van a forzar algún TP. Pero para ese tiempo la torre ya cayó. Bueno. Mira esas bounties, papá. Para que vean la importancia. Está haciendo la diferencia solamente las bounties en gold.
As we can see, Betboom are obviously extremely efficient at farming the map as well.
We've got some disassembling action here on Ace. There's the Lotus.
Yeah, he's pretty strong now.
I feel like the 2B team have a smoke in them soon, right? Like if they catch someone out of position with this Blink Lasso, I feel like you have a lot of options to ultimately end up playing in this map, because I think the game is, I mean, definitely slowing down for both teams. You're likely waiting for this
Butterfly, el Shurnero está yendo por BKB.
Gaming are coming away, and Betboom better be ready for this.
And there's the Butterfly for Duraccio. So lots of power spikes from both sides in terms of itemization.
Otro smoke por parte de Gaming. Ya se van preparando para la rush. Y Betboom lo mismo. Ajá. Ya saben dónde están. Pueden esperar tranquilamente ahí, pero Roche está más para acá, este lado.
Certainly will turn into one. I don't know if one team will truly walk into the other.
They eventually do.
Eventually.
Bueno.
Eventually.
Mandan sus peones, que son las ilusiones. Queda muy mal parado Toronto Tokio. Ya saben exactamente dónde están.
Scared at all, showing off that newly picked up BKB. He's gonna get broke for the time being. There's the wall. Does create one illusion.
Buen daño al Shug,
Of course, he can reset with that healing where GPK zipping and they're gonna get back control. Lasso and the Omnisax, but
no llegan a matarlo. Ahora sí. Hay BKB por el churnero. ¡Ay, buen Ravage! La Medusa que recién ahora activa la ulti. Se compra el Leshrack y vuelve la TF. Está acá de inmediato. El Shug tiene que huir porque si no va a morir. Y Rush va a ser para Gaming, que todavía no respawneó. Ojo que van a volver, No hay Ravage y hay buyback del Lesh. Si lo matan, hay dieback. Pero ya gastaron las grandes ultis. El Storm que entra al... buen save de la tumba. Y GPK que muere. No, buen stun del Techis. Qué buen stun del Techis, señores. Buen save de Ludine, pero el stun del Techis fue clave para salvar a ese Storm, que era el mid. Y ahora sí está Roche, pero la Medusa está volviendo. Y la TF sigue. ¿Hay War? ¿Arriba? No. ¿Cómo lo vio? La Medusa que está sin miedo. ¡Hay glimpse! ¿Qué pasó? No conectó el glimpse justo a tiempo. Hay vacuum wall. Entra el Storm a la parte de atrás al Darkseer. El Stechis que muere. BKB del Shug, pero está recibiendo mucho daño por el Leshrack y la Medusa. Y cae el Shug y caen todos. Y no les dio el daño. Gaming haciéndose fuerte los 5 juntos.
Oh my god, he wants to steal this?
I mean, he's tried it before. He has a gem, though.
He could Meteor from Fog and Division.
He's gonna try Meteor. It actually hits everybody. And Pure, he's gonna walk. He puts the gem.
No, amigo, ¿qué haces? ¿Qué haces, Puré? Te van a hacer mierda, boludo.
and Pure will get punished. Now,
Se
will they
quiso hacer el
retrieve the gem?
pillo.
Will Game and Gladius just randomly run into it? We'll see on this episode of What the Hell Are You Doing, Pure?
The Rachi with the biggest balls I've ever
César
seen.
pues
He
wins.
just stands his ground against this monster of Nightfall, who I think initially he meant to dodge the glimpse. and then
Cómo
they keep
choqueó
fighting. He just barely loses out
Betboom,
in this man fight against the Rachio.
que sigue siendo lo más fuerte el Ravage.
I thought they were
Lo
going to win
suyo.
this Rose fight as they
A lot of buybacks did
they got
come out.
3 buys out of Game It.
Yeah.
Lo clave de la TF que ganaron, bueno, que semi ganaron, ¿no? Porque al final terminaron robando Royan y todo.
10K lead. And we
Uf,
can
qué buen
see
vacuum ahí,
good back wall, getting that jug illusion. I did not think
Y el
Nightfall
Shu
was
que
gonna
quedó
die
en
here.
medio de todo el mambo, recibió todo el daño él. Mientras que el TIE se fue a la puta. Dijo, ya fue. Que quede ahí el Shu. Y cayeron todos.
But if you force to spin in these fights, then you're not going to be gaining HP.
I actually think it was still healing him. He just doesn't deal damage in spin.
Well, that, yeah, you need shard.
You mean to deal more damage or to
Y terminó muriendo igual.
No, you're.
You crit.
I think you're still dealing the damage. Because it's
Lo clave fue que
Okay, good to know.
Toronto Tokyo lo había agarrado a Lefshrek
Well,
con el lazo. Eso fue muy importante.
didn't seem too
He
happy
actually did
about
not,
this
he
fight.
did not opt for the Swift Slash either. We should mention that. The Aghanim Scepter.
Que es el que ahora tiene a Aegis, por cierto, Lefshrek.
Like, this mid game was a bit rough, I think, for Nightfall. I mean, he's 5-1-5, still having a great performance, but he was forced to end up going the BKB against all this.
Hay upgrade de la Defusal, primera vez que veo eso.
And now the Butterfly came out and he doesn't really have the MKB completed. Uh-oh. 25 up as well soon for Mr. DR Doraccio.
El Shu que no está teniendo el impacto que necesitaba y esperaba, la verdad.
And now Gaiman in, I would say, the driver's seat. They're in control of the game, but it's none of these leads are safe. But
Well,
that
there's a
item we did talk about.
It's
and
a game
the fact
changer.
That he has a blink means that he can actually be the one to initiate.
87%
Blink
Mr. Gaben,
Scepter
please.
para el
Have some mercy.
Disruptor.
I mean, I don't disagree. Especially
Y
now
una
with
buena
the
ulti del
coming out and them
Disruptor
having-
puede decidir este juego.
Does Gaben have information on Tentacle Surprise?
He lagged
Sobre
really
todo
good.
se agarran a ese Shu con la
What
ulti,
stats does he have on that? I don't know.
más
Not
el campo cinético. Está muertísimo. Con el daño de la
Around
Medusa.
the top area for now, trying to scale up a little more. So yeah, I think Nightfall's got a little bit of a slot problem. He wants both MKB and Ags continuing through on this game as he has.
Yeah, just wait for third row. She'll definitely be there.
Ya tiene MKB. La Dusa.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues with, I mean, I shouldn't say issue, but Juggernaut just
A ver
feels
cómo
like
se
he's
emplean
so
para entrar
because you can go
a High Ground.
it's not like there's
O
a
si
really
siquiera
bad
capaz
item
que no entra. Solamente
for him to pick up.
se mantienen
So many
farmeando.
options, almost too hard to think of.
They need a very clean fight coming
Right.
through next. As I mean, Pure's game has definitely slowed down a bit. There is the BKB on Toronto. Toronto.
Yep, that's right.
That can be a difference maker. That is for sure. This game are trying to slowly push
Ojo
up
con ese ward que puede ser
aggressive base ward.
Yeah, but the beauty
la
of having
manera de que
flashes
los
is
baiteen.
what you can do, and Medusa as well. They kind of have the same thing.
I mean, who can
The
hit
Aegis
this ward if you go too
el
close?
Leshra que hace
Like, there's a chance
mucho
that
daño en
he's
las
gonna
torres.
into like some static storm. Because Gaiman are just camping this high ground ward right now.
Yeah, the lasso is the scariest
Ojo.
thing for Quinn.
Bien.
Let Jug do it. Seems about right.
Oh,
Oh,
buen Hex instantáneo, Loco. Atrapan a Lesh, pero no va a llegar muy lejos. Cae. Primera vida de Lesh. La Medusa protegiendo. Buen vacuum. Dios. Iba a decir into la ulti del Disruptor. Una mezcla de Spanglish. Y así como lo dije, lo fue letal la ulti del Disruptor, que parece que esto va a ser GG. Nightfall otra vez me decepcionó.
No more to work with, and this is against Doraccio, Medusa basically impossible to kill, and Quinn with his Diabolic Edict.
Last was up in 2, but GPK, he's in the base and he's not moving.
He's TPing to the other side, trying to go from the reverse tactic, trying to kill the creeps, but both tier 4 towers are down, and now Gaming Gladiators focusing
No hay
on the
40.
agent. They kill the mine, Save comes in with a beautiful
Techis tratando de ganar el tiempo.
Oh my god.
No, a ver. Backdoor. G. Ah, casi. Justito se había activado el backdoor. Quinn que está festejando como loco. Gaming, otra vez, otra serie. Clineando. Demostrando por qué son los mejores.
Just some outperforming in the last 15 to 20 minutes. Honestly, I thought Beyond Base still had it in them, but Gaming, just I don't know.
Y Betboom, que habían hecho un buen torneo, lamentablemente quedan fuera.
Close games and so many games in this tournament that you feel like they should have won, but that's part of being the bottom bracket team now. Is any potential series loss means you are out of the tournament, and that's exactly the case for them. But Gaming Gladiators keeping their story alive. They've been in every grand finals of this entire calendar year, but it's never been through the lower bracket, and right now they are rampaging.
Bueno, ya vuelvo, los dejo con los muchachos festejando.
Kicking themselves for this mid-game fight where Gaiman just came back, where Nightfall was not able to connect to the fight there, and just kind of fully come back.
Yeah, unreal performance. Honestly, from both sides, BB team have played so well throughout this tournament. Just crucial mistakes at crucial times, really. But Gaming Gladiators, man. Quinn absolutely owning today. And we talked about the importance of Ace.
Yeah.
The other teams have been scouting them, like we talked about. They've been focusing on his laning stage to make sure they take him out of the game early. But he comes in clutch at the end with that vac wall. The fact that these supports are getting crazy items that can actually turn the fight. Just brilliant performance overall.
I mean, that just shows you some of the best players. It doesn't matter if they have a bad early game, bad laning stage, they will come in clutch later. Dorothea with some of these Manta, Stonegate's timings as well to like just keep pushing his team forward with some bomb-ass Medusa performance as, yeah, Mr. Team Blockbuster go out again. And I mean, still a good performance, you know, top 6.
Yeah,
I really be too
I know
sad
they're going to
about.
be disappointed, but yeah, this is still terrific placement for such a high prize pool tournament. I mean, Bagel Biting team and Big Burger team, they should still be happy with their performance overall. But of course, it doesn't feel good to lose to the same team every single time.
They did it at Dream League. They do it here. And even when you're, especially when you're ahead in all these games, like it's got to be so frustrating to lose. But you know, you have all these young players might still need more of experience. Maybe they need these losses to really like move forward. But
yeah, they created this internal callus that they can turn
Se la
against Gaming
pela.
eventually. I mean, there's TI still for them.
Yep.
But I mean, Gaming
Bueno,
Gladiators made them really.
así quedó la cosa entonces.
God damn it! I almost got through it without laughing.
We will have to say goodbye to Double X Square with BT.
All right, let's go to Tsunami and company with an interview.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
so Quinn.
I'm joined with Quinn of Gaming Gladiators, where I need to check one thing real quick. Let me.
It's real. It's real.
No, I think you got some plot armor, dude. I don't know how you keep pulling this off. You are near the brink of elimination time and time again, which is something we've never seen your team in all year. And yet here, even one series away, one game away, you're still pulling out the dubs.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I'm really proud of my team. I think we pulled it together really well after a pretty rough start to the tournament for us. And I'm just really proud of everyone for putting in work and bringing really good like vibes and effort. And I don't know, honestly, we're just, you know, I don't hear no bell. We're scraping things together one at a time.
زي ما تشوفون أعزائنا المشاهدين معنا كوين من جيمنج جلاديترز بعد ما خلصنا الجيم بنتيجة كانت طبيعية ومرة ثانية نتوقع أنهم يخسرون المباراة لكن ما يخسرونها يرجعون يفوزون من جديد ويرجعون من العدم في كل مرة. سألنا سؤال الأول إنه كيف تقدرون كل مرة تطلعون من المباراة اللي أنتم فيه وتفوزون الجيم. كان الجواب يقول صراحة ما أدري أنا بس أنا ودي
Sí, cae risa, Quinn, ¿qué le pasa, hermano?
فيهم وعلى الفايبس اللي هم يجيبون للفريق وعلى كل شيء ممكن هم يسوونه المعنى وأنا مرة مبسوط فيهم صراحة بس ما أدري كيف فزنا.
Now, was this game especially satisfying? Because, man, I saw your Leshrac getting bullied hard, and in my mind, I was just like, yo, if Quinn comes back from this is like one of those DAC Sumail Storm Spirit performances. And you did. Did that make this comeback any more satisfying than the millions of other comebacks you guys have had at this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's my first Lesh game of the tournament, so it's nice to finally get to play the pony. Everyone bans Io, so I don't get to play the combo, but
Se la
I'll play
pela,
just Lesh
Primer
sometimes.
juego de Lesh en este torneo, dijo.
في الرسالة الثانية سألناه على انه في كل الجيم طول الوقت انه حتى المرة الوحيدة اللي شفناه يلعب فيها لش نقدر انه نشوفه دائما يرجع ويحاول انه يسوي كومباك، بس كل مرة بالعادة ما نتوقع انه يفوز، لكن هالمرة قدر انه يفوز. لكن هل كان هذا الشيء مرضي له ولا لا؟ يقول انا اخيرا قدرت اني نسمح لي الفرصة اصلا اني العب فيه بالدرافت اللي احنا
Amigo, ¿cómo hace para hablar tan rápido?
At this point, I'm wondering if a lower bracket run is even more terrifying from you guys. Like, do you even feel fear whenever you're one game away, whenever you're down in the laning phase? Is there anything in the back of your head that's like, I might lose this, I might drop out of the tournament? Or it's just all gone, just Dota?
Against Tundra for sure, but since Tundra, I think we've had a mentality shift, and it also, like, we should have lost against Tundra, so now we're just like, hey, we got an extra life, we got some 1 in a million miracle, so we're kind of just appreciating that and just like playing, you know. I honestly felt literally zero pressure after we lost game 1. I think everyone else felt the same. We just, you know, messed up some stuff, we go next. Yeah, you know, all the people who said we're gonna bomb out, get last, suck it.
Que la chupen, dijo. Todos los haters, que la chupen. Eso, Win. Si no es el mejor mid actualmente, pasa rozando.
يقول لا صراحة ما سوى لي أي ضغط، وبالعكس الشيء هذا خلاني إني يعني بعد جيم توندرا ما عاد صار في أي أحد يقدر يوقفنا، فاستمرينا على نفس الطريق وقلنا خلاص ما يحتاج إننا نشعر بالضغط أبداً.
What a terrifying thought that we may have created a more powerful game. And everyone out there who has been praying for this man's downfall, do you see the monster that you have created right now? Because you need to fear it as you move forward in the lower bracket. Quinn, congratulations on this performance.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، جاء الوقت اللي نروح فيه للاستديو تحليلي نتكلم عن الجيم العظيم اللي شفناه من جيم جلاديترز. إلى الآن ما حد يقدر يوقفهم، إلى الآن ما حد يقدر يهزمهم حتى
eso
في
fue todinho. Vamos para la Dota ahora sí.
That's it for us. Back to the studio.
Vamos para la rumba.
A minimum of top 4 guaranteed at the Riyadh Masters as Game Gladiators eliminate
Bueno, ahora sí. Estamos ready para la Dota. Ya arrancamos viendo la partida de Betboom contra Gaming Gladiators, la cual se terminó llevando la serie de Gaming Gladiator. Lo dio vuelta 2-1. Muy fuertes los muchachos. Ahora vamos a arrancar a jugar Dotin. Vamos a buscar y vamos a quedarnos listos ya para ver qué chucha jugamos. Jugando posición 4. Vamos a hacer algunos contratos. Esto de desguardiar, no sé yo, Bueno, sí, ¿no? Vamos a jugar posición 4. Bueno, no sé si... Sí, vamos a llevar esto. Stunear. Bueno, esto... Depende con qué juegue, ¿no? Juego Battery lo puedo hacer fácil, ¿no? Porque... Ah, no, es 2 al mismo tiempo, ¿no? 2 héroes o más al mismo tiempo. 3 veces. No, entonces con Battery no puedo. El Spirit, muy mal jugar ahora mismo con el Spirit. Y lo otro tampoco juego. Mierdón, Daño físico ni en pedo, así que estoy en una cruzada terrible, hermano. ¿Qué piqueo? Jugamos el Spirit. Si podemos ganar con el Spirit. No, la mierda. Otra cosa no hay, gente. Toca roca, toca roca. ¿Qué vamos a hacerle? Con fe que la hacemos, nomás, Espero que los compañeros ayuden un poco, por lo menos. De hecho, la roca no está acá, Vamos a ponerla. Bueno, un Enchantress me gusta. Mirana y Oracle. Hay que estar muy preciso con ese silencio. Así mismo. Ni más ni menos. Merda. ¿Qué pasó, hermano? Ah, que es off. Lunch. No me percaté esa. Ahí sí que nos complicamos la vida. Ahora sí que estamos oídos. Y un chato pique el salame este. El salamín. ¿Me deja el lugar? No, lo tiene la Enchantress. Pero no es 5 este y este no puede venir off. Porque compró los 2 wars. Petrificar no. Glimmer no. Desguardar. I know you're feeling. Vámonos con fe nomás. Que es lo único que tenemos en esta partida. Bueno, ¿tenés alguna partida, brother?
As must be. A perfect position.
No sé si directamente centriarles. No, yo creo que no. Porque me pueden hacer la centria de ellos. Y puedo estar acá fácilmente para bloquearles, así que... Me conviene más guardarme la plata. ¿Viene a capturar o qué? ¿Sí, no?
I set my stones. That spot there. Precisely. I'm going.
Ahora me quiere chocar la concha de tu madre. Vamos a ponerlo así.
I should stand there.
Un momento. Vamos a prepararnos el otro sentry y la varita.
Over there.
No,
My
ya se va.
stones alight. This beginning walks their end. Oh, that's a good spot.
Bueno, se sacrificó por la banda el Oracle.
That's
Se lo lleva el... que es el 5.
Exactly so. I'm going.
Mirana viene acá. Mirana here.
Covering ground. Wait, an even better spot.
6.
Oh, that's a good spot. Concede.
Viendo el Oracle.
My spirit. Yes.
Mejor bloquear, pero... tampoco nos bloquearon a nosotros, así que... Y eran 3 contra 2.
That's a good spot.
Ahora sí vamos a poder
I
hacer
should
tocar.
stand right there.
No sé si tendrán Waraka, que estaban muy atenta a la Mirana.
Wait, an even better spot. All paths are one. I should stand right there. Set in stone. Yes. Over there. I should stand there. Coin of the realm. Oh, that's a good spot. As must be. Perfect location. Oh, that's a good spot. Ordered advance. Wait, an even better spot. Wait, an even better spot. I'm going.
Heal us.
Yes. A spirited chase. My stones alight.
Dámelo tú, la concha de tu madre.
Precisely.
Vamos a dar al Enchantress.
All paths are one.
Tenemos que tratar de meter el próximo pool.
Oh, that's a good spot. I set my stones. A perfect position. Covering ground. That spot there. That spot there. Exactly so.
The sprites are with us.
No te pueden matar.
That's unjust.
Concha de tu madre.
My way and way. My spirit moves. I should stand right there. That spot there.
Tendría que haberlo matado al curer ahí.
Wait, an even better spot. Yes.
Qué pesado que sos, mío.
All paths are one. Perfect location. Ordered advance. I'm under attack. As must be. I should stand there. I'm going. Yes. I'm going. A perfect position.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh, that's a
Tax correcto.
My stones are light.
Llévalos para el mago acá a ver si lo puedo.
My spirit. Exactly so. Oh, that's a good spot.
Esa es.
That spot there.
Una. Arriba.
Wait, an even better spot. Oh, that's a good spot.
Se fuma la potis esta negra.
Attack. Over there.
Guacha.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's not time yet. By way and way.
Pará, enchantre, pará.
Healing power.
Covering ground. I should stand there. Wait, an even better spot.
Por favor, déjame. Esto era la runa, loco. Bicho de mierda, como me sigue. En abajo tan clean.
Over there. My spirit moves.
Nature attend us.
As must be.
¿Qué?
That spot there. All paths are one. I'm going.
Pasan una de estas. La enchantre están necesitando.
Oh, that's a good spot. Yes. Set in
No. Cagadón. Se me queda atrás la piedra, loco.
better spot. Covering ground. My stones are light. A perfect position. Oh, that's a good spot.
Necro, imagino que está juntando estas de acá. Pues no.
Bounty. Yes.
No, está muy full.
I'm going.
¡Ah! Habla bien. Ya.
Exactly so.
Debería jugar más abajo, que están matando mucho. En pocas asistencias. El guachín tiene visión acá.
I should stand right there.
Wow.
Oh, that's a good spot. Set in stone.
Dire's courier has been killed.
That spot there. Ordered advance.
Ya tiene ulti.
What have we here? I set my stones. Precisely. My way and way.
Mierda.
Wait.
Bueno, tiró.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire's turret has been killed.
You die well, but fought.
Uf, con lo justo, si el chat ese.
I set
Wick
my
de justo.
stones
Gacha.
as must be.
Mierda, ahora mismo.
Precisely.
Dame que eso con eso paso. No necesito más.
That's better. My spirit moves. My way and
Uy, bueno, negro. ¿Quién te pegó? Vale, un poquito. ¡Oh, yes! Esa es. ¡Ah!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Vamos a tener que hacer un Vessel para ese negro loco. ¿Vessel? Sí.
the ways of life and death converge. That spot there. I should stand
Ahí
right there.
gratis abajo. Voy a llevar de estos.
Oh, that's a good spot.
Oh,
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Pap, pap.
I should stand there. Perfect location. Oh, that's a good spot.
No puede ser. Me cancelaron los estos conches madre acá. Ah.
That's a good spot.
No.
Order advance. Covering ground. My stones alight. I'm going.
Healing power.
I'm going. My stones alight. Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Take that. My spirit moves. I should stand there. That spot there. Yes. That's a good spot. Precisely.
I left my hoof prints in your backside.
My way and way. Perfect position. All paths over there. I'm going. Smashing. Submit. Some under attack. Set in stone. I'm going.
Bueno.
Exactly so. That spot there.
Estamos bastante bien de momento. Vamos a clavarlo con
I
esto.
set my stones. Ordered advance. I should stand. Oh, that's a good spot. Covering ground. Unstoppable. As must be.
Come get healed.
The enemy's middle tower has
Wait,
fallen.
an even better spot. Ordered and set in stone. My way and way.
Mate, tend us.
I'm going. Earth's bounty. Covering ground.
Nine pandas, dijo. Nine pandas.
An even better spot. Exactly so. Oh, that's a good spot.
Bueno, amigo, la Legion se pasó llorando todo el juego. Pero igual sí. Se necro a pedazos.
I set my stones.
Allá.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under
En
attack.
silencio nivel 1 recién. Lo que puedo hacer es patear un poquito para atrás.
That spot there.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Precise.
Salto justo.
Over there. Oh, that's a good spot. All paths are one. You should run, as must be. My stones alight. I should stand right there. Wait, an even better spot.
Radiance.
I should stand there. A perfect position. Yes.
Ah. Sí que se la pegaba.
My spirit.
The enemy's
That
bottom
spot there.
tower has fallen.
Yo me quedé sin las ganas,
Over there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Me escuché otra vez.
So. Your will is planned. That's a good spot. Yes. My way and way.
Let's go.
Wait, an even better spot. A spirited chase. I should stand there.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My spirit
¿Se
moves.
fue? Sí, ¿no? Otra por acá. Acá está.
Your top tower is under attack.
I set my stone. My stones alight.
Your top tower is under attack.
I should stand right there.
Cagado allá.
Covering ground.
Ya va.
Your top tower is under attack.
Baby.
Ordered advance.
Sale el 20, ¿no?
All paths are one.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Bueno, mierdón el coso que me dio.
Wait, an even better spot. As must be. I'm going.
Si yo entro estoy muerto, así que tengo que agarrar a alguien que valga la pena. El Oracle puede ser por la ulti.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's a good spot. That spot there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My spirit moves.
No, no está. ¿Qué fue la puta?
You should run.
Ah, ya está.
Yes. Oh, that's a good spot. Oh, that's a good spot. All paths are one. A perfect position. A spirit chase. I'm going. That's exact. You should run.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Exactly so. That's my there. All in full. I set my stones. Over there.
Rachel.
Go.
I should stand right there. It's no time yet. I should stand there. That spot there. Ordered advance.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Immortality!
Set.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Talents increase. Wait, an even better spot. Precisely. My stones alight. Oh, that's a good spot. Covering ground. I'm going.
I'm open all night.
As must be. Yes.
Vamos a tambor.
Oh, that's a good spot. A perfect position.
Buff, hermano, qué masacre. Tremendo. No, aquí puede encontrar un guardia, ¿no? Bajito en my box.
I set my stones.
No, me mató. Tenía los estos, los kilómetros. Bowling que no sé.
Monster kill. Not well enough. You rock. Wait, an even better spot.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, that's a good spot.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The
Dios, la
enemy's
plata que dan la
middle
bounty.
tower has fallen.
Me ha tratado GG. Hace rato igual.
That's a good spot. My stones are light.
Radiant victory.
Buff. Al fin ganamos con la piedrita. Demasiado easy.
A landslide.
Mr. Doggy. Well played, well played.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Look out! Shadow of the bat.
Prepare for battle.
Oh, yeah. Woo! Swoop in. Yeah, girl. What a ride. Steady on, girl.
"30 seconds to battle.
Woo-hoo! Oh, yeah.
The battle begins.
Life just got interesting. Peeling out. We ride. Soaring. What a ride. Hell yeah. Hell. Hey. Yeah, girl. Carving the lanes. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Scotching, baby. Keeping my knees in the breeze. This is gonna burn. Oh, yeah. Keeping my knees in the breeze. What a ride! Yeah. Swoop in! Ow! Oh yeah! Yeah, yeah, girl! Here we go! Not for you. I'm under attack! From above! Carving the lanes! Oh yeah! Look out! Yeah, girl! What a ride! Steady on, girl! Here we come! Soaring! Healing out! Hell yeah! Woohoo! Hell! No! Shadow of the bat! Woo! No! Ha ha! Woo! Ha ha! We ride! Carving the lanes!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Keeping my knees in the breeze. Steady on, girl. Come on, girl.
¿Por qué no juegas con tercera?
Dire structures are fortified.
Heal it out.
Your top tower is under attack.
Soaring. Hey, up here. Swoop in.
Entonces déjame solo, pues. Vete, vete, vete.
Here we go.
Largas, vete, largas.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hot damn! I'm under attack. Gotcha. Woohoo! Yeah, yeah, girl. Oh yeah. What a ride! Hell yeah! Look out! Hell yeah! One for yeah, girl! Oh yeah! Yeah, girl! What a ride! Peel it out!
Don't run off.
We ride! Lions!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Keeping my knees in the breeze. Look there. Hell yeah.
See you later, nerds.
Sorry.
See you later, nerds.
Shadow of the bat. Look out. Heat wave coming. Back breath. Love it. Oh, yeah.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Steady on, girl. When you get to him, of duty. Who called me an airhead? Here we go.
Dominating.
Hell yeah. Yeah, yeah, girl. Woo! Oh, yeah. Swoop in.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What a ride. Wicked barbecue. Woo! Yeah, girl. Sorry. Death from above. Steady on, girl. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. We ride. Swoop in.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, girl. Yeah, come, baby. Hell yeah. This is gonna sting. Look out. Woo!
See you later.
I'm
See you
under
later,
attack.
nerds. See you later, nerds.
Healing out.
See you later, nerds.
Keeping my knees in the breeze. Carving the lanes. Shadow of the bat. What a ride. Here we go. What a ride.
Bueno. De momento peleado, Partida complicated. Espero que no nos spoteen los stacks. Mamita. Esto mi ulti ya. Enchante no te van a jugar ni porque tenga ganas de la hija de perro.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Necesito farmear mi ulti.
Soldier's fortune.
Split the lane. Steady on.
No.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sorry.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That smell.
Nos adelantaron. Igual, ¿qué vamos a hacer ahí? Concentre, hermano. No, vale. Muertos.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What a ride.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
We ride.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hijo de puta, como me adivinó. Ah.
Nature attend us.
No la veo ni cagando esta partida, loco.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Buena.
Hell yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Estoy muerto. No estoy muerto nada.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Swoop in.
Don't run off.
Oh yeah. Keeping my knees in the breeze. Woohoo! Yeah, yeah, girl. Hail from the skies.
Yeah, coin.
Shadow of the bat.
¿Qué hace ahí?
Steady on, girl.
Pero hermano.
Sorry. Hell yeah. This is gonna sting. Oh yeah. What a ride. Here we go.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
What? Hot damn! Woo! Hell yeah! Yeah, girl!
Será cool, hermano. Hablaste todo el juego.
Look out!
That's a free ride.
Mamit. Scepter Lancer. Y chucha.
Me and my hot dogs hitting the lane.
Thank you.
Bueno, dame esto. La verdad que lo necesito ahora mismo. Está tu Scepter, pe. Cacha la mar si puedo tener una simple manta.
Oh yeah. Swoop in. Carving the lanes. Hells above.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, yeah, girl.
Ya está acá la perra asquerosa.
Your top tower has fallen.
Ah, es imposible, bro.
Your top tower is under attack.
Na 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 na.
Back from the boneyard.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Si salimos, estos cabrones no saben, porque todos saben. Si la digo.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Time for a little lane range. What a ride!
Your top tower is under attack.
Shadow of the bat.
Your top tower is under attack.
Like a meteor.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Here we go. Soaring. Oh yeah. Steady on, girl.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shadow of the bat. Soaring.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Look out.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Love that smell. We ride.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Eso por hablar. No jugar.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Here we go.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under
Carving
attack.
the lanes.
Your
Keeping my
bottom tower
knees
has
in the
fallen.
breeze. Woo! Yeah, girl. Yeah, yeah, girl. Steady on, girl. Here we come. Hell yeah. Heat wave coming. Oh yeah. I'm under attack. Steady on, girl. We ride. Sorry. What a ride. Carving the lanes. Woo! Oh yeah!
Tiene sentry ahí.
Hey, what force fire coming up? Heh. Oh yeah!
Vamos al chat, pueden venir todos.
Yeah, girl! Shadow of the bat.
Están solos, dale un.
Hell yeah! Keeping my knees in the breeze. Oh yeah!
Ven, 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 ven. Va a venir para acá. Ven, 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 ven.
Fly, bat! Yeah! Love that smell. What a ride! Swoop in! Look out! Here we go! Peeling out! Woohoo! 再见了，宝贝儿。Sorry.
Viejo, sin miedo.
Dale.
Meto ulti, viejo. Te voy a jalar yo con mi bastón, viejo. Yo te voy a jalar.
We ride. Steady on, girl.
Trata de agarrarlo al sniper entonces.
Carving the lanes. Look out. Shadow in the back. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Guarda, serio.
Yeah, yeah.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Hell yeah. Here we go. What a ride! One more fire coming up. Keeping my
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen.
Lift up once more.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Ahí se lleva el report. O loco. Bueno, así que nos metieron la pinga, loco.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Pica. Saqué esto pensando que era la Philosopher's Stone. Y era esta mierda.
Are fortified.
Me reconfundí.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega moves. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack.
Por loco.
Dire victory.
Y metida de campi, loco. Legal. Bueno, ahí vengo, perros. Qué pelota, Gerson. Bueno, seguimos. Estamos back. Partida de mierda. Básicamente. Dios santo, loco. Pero 7, boludo. ¿Cómo te puedes ir tan mal en una partida, loco? Lanzaron esto ayer. Es como para un foro. Hicieron una especie de foro, no sé. Para que reporten los bugs del juego. Acá, en GitHub hicieron. A esto último ni me molesté en leerlo porque era todo más técnico. Estaban explicando el porqué de algunos bugs. Y bueno, me la pela básicamente. A ver. Si mejoramos la partidita, por favor. El emparejamiento. Pollo Slayer. No vea. Hey, yo. Te voy a jugar Tini,
5 seconds remaining.
Me atrae. Y está todo disponible. I'm no one
10
legit.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds
¿Sabes que no me convence? Pap, 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 pap. Otro PL, no es el mismo, ¿no? No, no es. Bristol Bakari, ¿qué es esto? What the fuck is this shit? Glock. Buff. Este parece que no es como el del anterior. Espero.
Prepare for battle.
Esta está en el back.
Yes. If it pleases me. Yes.
Hey, 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 hey.
Very good. What's over there? I understand. What's over
Sí,
there?
Betboom la carry. Tiene un guard ahí arriba, parece. Bueno, es un...
Attack. Excellent idea. First
Bueno. Qué mal que salió eso, boludo.
The battle begins.
Eso porque sale como con bota, boludo.
with a few new ideas. With pleasure.
No. Nos la metieron nomás.
Indeed.
Sankin medio.
Curious.
Lo que estoy casi seguro es que tiene guard ahí arriba. Casi.
Interesting.
Ese sentry fue porque... No, amigo, dale.
Suffer my sorcery.
Imagino.
This will be fun.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
A la reconcha de tu madre, ¿qué te crees que son? Para, amigo, para. No creo que no tiene, ¿eh? Sí, tiene. Ahora sí que seguro.
With pleasure. I almost feel bad. Yes. Excellent idea. Such fascinating images. Stopped cold. I see. What's over there? So many mysteries revealed. Interesting.
Dale, amigo, para un toque.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed.
¿Por qué le costó tanta animación? What the fuck?
Indeed. Indeed. Absolute. I understand. Interesting.
Qué árbol de mierda.
Very good. Absolutely. As it pleases me. With pleasure. Curious. Under attack. Interesting.
Pero la puta madre, boludo. Grande. No, me voy a comprar la bota con esto. Qué grande ese tío.
Cast asunder. Is that it? With pleasure. I understand. Interesting. What's over there?
¿Dónde se fue?
With pleasure.
Oh, qué hook.
Your middle tower is under attack.
If it pleases me. Yes. No challenge.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Prepare to be tested. What's over there? Excellent idea. Indeed. The sorcerer stings.
Your middle tower
Bueno.
is under attack.
¿Para qué lo sigo, boludo?
Under attack. Destroy. Curse only executed.
Baja, ¿no?
This gives me an absolutely.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Excellent idea. Interesting. Curious.
Déjate de joder, que te van a matar. Tiene Vanguard. Ah, bueno, boludo.
Your middle tower is under attack.
If it pleases me. No, this.
Pedazo de pajero.
Very good.
Tiene Vanguard, boludo.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Indeed. I understand. Such fascinating
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. I agree.
Your middle tower has been denied.
Indeed. Absolutely denied. Yes. I'll do the same for you. Absolutely.
No me quedo el stun.
Which sorcery of yours lies? I see. Attack. A small wage. With pleasure.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No, me la contés.
Curious. Ah, fresh meat. With pleasure. I my best work.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
What's over there?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm under attack. Very good.
El trabajo de Off lo hizo mejor el Bristol.
Your middle tower is under attack.
El centauro, mira.
Your top tower is under attack.
Bring it on. Excellent.
Your top
idea.
tower is under attack.
No tiene ni Vanguard todavía la pobreza esa. Dios santo. Loco.
Let's go.
Your top tower is under attack.
Suffer my sorcery.
Your top tower has fallen.
I see.
This gangster shit. Dame el anillo, por favor. Nivel 5.
Mind the drop. Yes. Interesting.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Bien.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Lástima que se fue el otro conche su madre, ¿no? Que está por acá. No está farmeando. Qué mal me salió la ulti Lich. ¿Rana?
Your bottom tower is under
¿La
attack.
rana?
I understand.
Your bottom tower has been denied.
¡Cubrilo, León!
Absolutely.
Nada, era un chiste igual.
Excellent idea. Indeed. Curious. Absolutely.
No, amigo.
I agree.
No, me dejó ultear. Puta madre. Me ha regalado para ultear ahí. Madre, boludo. Buen stun. Buena. Ulti. Ultialo, pa. That's right, man. No puede ser tan rápido. Martín. ¿El jefe se ha ido ahí? Puta, no vi. Sí, hay una runa, creo. Bien.
Fresh meat. The sorcerer stings. Indeed. This will be fun. What's over there?
Qué rayo potente, ¿eh?
Interesting.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Very good. What's over there? With pleasure. What's over there?
Ya la reconcha de tu máquina.
Your top tower is under attack.
I understand. Fascinating. Absolutely. Interesting.
Con el pecho, Centauro.
I see.
Ve el visto y se cae automáticamente, boludo. No. ¡Ah, la puta que los parió! No puedes tirar esa mierda.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dios. Julián.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Pero ¿dónde te piabo también, culiao? Vos ni tenés maná. ¿Qué es esto, boludo? Qué hardcore y celoso el malcriado ese.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ay, ay, ay.
I see. I agree.
No, el sniper lo agarra, boludo.
Test your with pleasure. Absolutely.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Excellent idea. Interesting.
El día que me muere está en la cruz.
Cast asunder.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Uy, 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 uy.
I understand.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Such fascinating images.
Buena entrada, brother.
Interesting. Face the naked.
Your top tower is under attack.
En mi funeral que son chinatus y muchalos.
What's over there? Indeed.
Oh.
I understand. With pleasure. Absolutely. Under attack.
Que la peló.
Indeed. Yes.
Mierda. Hasta que los parió. Son un peligro.
What's over there? If it pleases me.
Esto nivel más en la última que no creo más en spells.
Mere coin.
Flash.
With pleasure.
Ole puto. La mía más larga.
I agree.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Absolutely. Very good.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
What's over there?
Estamos en sniper. No. Estamos en sniper para matarlo al bicho.
With pleasure. I see.
Your top tower is under attack.
I understand.
Your top
No,
tower is under attack.
Cae.
Is it Eat. There are none who cannot win it. Absolutely.
Your top tower is under attack.
Creo que me hubiese quedado con el rayo, vamos. Pues. Sí, para desguardiar. ¿No?
Excellent idea. Absolutely. Curious.
No te lo puedo creer.
Your top tower is under attack.
Such fascinating images. What's over there? Interesting.
What it is, bro.
Yes. Very good. Interesting. With pleasure.
Mira, coño.
As it pleases me. I see. Absolutely.
Qué partida más. Mierda. Hasta la espera de lo que hace.
What's over there?
No, amigo, no. Calmate un toque.
Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
¿Tiene guard ahí arriba? Bueno, más o menos más rayo.
Excellent idea.
Por todo lo que me siguieron, digo, no.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Pero si hubiesen tenido guard se me hubiese iniciado, pues yo estaba parado acá arriba. Así que...
Very good.
rarete, ¿no?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Menudo save, chaval. Bueno, este chato, un poco la gran cosa me parece. Esa era la única fuente de daño porque ese pele estamos perdido también. Otro, excepto la concha es madre. Nico, what?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Such fascinating images. Indeed. As it pleases me. Interesting.
Está todo centreado,
I see.
De este lado no.
Your top tower has fallen.
Ay, ay, ay.
Such fascinating images. With pleasure. I'm looking forward
No.
to this.
Muy tarde, me violan.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What's over there?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is
Saca
under
la
attack.
pipa, Pedro.
Indeed.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I agree. Interesting. I am
Tengo sceptero que sigo armando. Este conche su madre, boludo. Y una poronga. Saco una glimmer para el chapo. No sé. Mierda, los agarramos al mismo tiempo con el lío.
Yes.
¿Me das el ítem de...? No me lo vas a dar ni pedo, cara de verga. No te sirve.
I understand.
Sé que hacer un scepter, me puedo ayudar con la ulti del Leon. Digo, de Leon, con la cara de Lich.
Indeed.
Con el stun del concho su madre este. Del escorpión.
With pleasure.
Comprarnos esto acá. Y morir.
Roshan has fallen to the ring.
Corre.
As it pleases me. Interesting.
No tengo buyback. Muy maloso.
I agree. Excellent idea.
Que todavía está luchando con la pipa, amigo Kill. Hijo de puta.
Such fascinating images.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Bueno, una vida menos. ¡Ay! ¿Esos pinchitos el Scepter o el Shard? Ah, creo que el Scepter ahora es eso, ¿no? Yo confundiendo ahí que no. No está bien. Está allá arriba igual. ¡Oh! Lo mata.
Your top tower is under attack.
Lo mata. Dale, la concha de tu madre. ¿Lo cazás? Sí. Voy a poner una wea.
Yes. Absolutely. With pleasure.
Si tenemos duro cara.
Indeed.
Bon shit.
As it pleases me. With pleasure.
¿Pusieron a alguien? El centauro, ¿no? Sí. ¿Y?
Yes.
Murió el Leon.
Excellent idea. Curious.
Un lugarcito acá tal vez.
Interesting.
O acá. No, creo que acá es más efectivo.
Such fascinating images.
Espérate, ya están acá. Ya nos encerraron.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Mowa. Si lo engancho al...
Your top tower is under attack.
Mind the drop.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, ya, y el chato quedó solar, ¿eh?
Absolutely. With pleasure. I see. Absolutely. Indeed. Not yet.
En serio.
I understand. Indeed, mere coin. What's over there? With pleasure, lucky find.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. Such fascinating images.
No creo que tenga guard, ¿no?
Absolutely. Interesting. Indeed, father's masterpiece. Very good. Curious. I understand. What's over there? As it pleases me.
Dios mío, este tipo. Bueno.
What's over there?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Interesting.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I understand.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Indeed. Begin. Money changes hands. Curious. I agree. Absolutely. This interesting.
Loco, espabila un toque.
Yes.
Un toque nomás.
Double damage.
Este tipo con su TP.
With pleasure.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Such fascinating images. Begin. If it pleases me.
Mamita. Come on. Vamos, bye.
What's over there?
Lo siento por el feedback.
Interesting.
¿Será así? Sí. Corre fuera.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Traiga para acá.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
With pleasure.
The enemy's top tower has
Oh
fallen.
yeah, baby.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
I understand. Bring it on. So precious. The sorcerer stinks.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Right.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps.
I see.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
With pleasure. I understand.
Dire victory.
Esa es, caramba. Carajo. Sí, 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 sí. Metimos el contrato, no, nada, de loquísimos, hermanos. Somos re pro, boludo. Boludo. Buen maratón te metiste, Gris. Nada más que corría el conche su madre ese. Uy, juega River. ¿A qué hora juega River? A ver. Pero miedos. 9:30. Para que meta partido X. Hasta que sea la hora del partido, ¿eh? Metemos partido X. O llegaría otra partida más también, pero no sé. I don't know. Estaba el audio al mango, hermano. Bueno, lo dejamos así. Recolgué en bajarlo. No, vamos a lanzar otra botita. Ahí vengo. Que tú no sales de... Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ahí está. Vamos a piquear Hurwin. Como cuando la conocí. Llegó a la disco de Soledad. Crystal y Hakiro. Qué linda partida para Rubik. En verdad. Pero bueno, acá estamos con la ardilla. Ellos sacaron la copia barata, la Wind. Uy, un boy. Cuidadito con eso. En verdad era partida para Rubik. Pero no, cuando saco Rubik, me sacan enfrente huevadas, loco. Huevadas. Sacan Bristleback y le tengo que estar robando. ¿Qué le robó el Bristleback? ¿Qué le robó? Díganme qué le robó, mano. Dame esto. Super easy. Super easy si no te rompen bien el ojete, pero vamos a hacerlo. ¿Cómo? Ando solo. Ahí va. Qué buen pick, hermano. No se ven estas medias. Bueno, así arrancamos. Nos encontramos con toda la ley. ¿Por qué tenemos los dos wars? Encima me hicieron salir con esta verga, boludo. Ese muerto y ya está, ¿no? A veces con esto. ¿Qué haces, imbécil? ¿Para eso? Ay, Dios. Bueno, boludo. Mira que lo he puesto un poquito más lejos. te entiendo una chota, amigo. Cagó a masazo la... Eso es. Boa. No me toques la concha de tu madre. Puso un centro, calculado. Ah, no. Dios, buen daño. Pesado de mierda, boludo. No, pero loco. Loco, déjame por favor llegar acá. Para un toque, amigo. No, moriste por pete. Y el boy también. Wow, wow. La bilirrubina. Más o menos, nomás hoy no tiene el reflejo de nada. Yo. Rapidísimo, el hijo de puta. Che, estoy sufriendo en la falta, pana, Mi curro que murió no sé dónde. Está bien. Boba. Creo que así no se usa el martillo, pero bueno. No, mierda. Boa. Ya tenía que haber usado la segunda, me parece, con la win esa. No moría el Grimstroke de usar la ulti. Esto, hermana, me está complicando la vida. Necesito el anillito, boludo. No, mierda. No lo vi, lo de, boludo. No me lo da la concha, Lora. Oh. La madre, qué quilombo de TF. El nuevo Alden. Robe, maestro, robe. Es mal de robo, boludo. Uy, qué rica amarrada, pez. Cuando se maquilla. Va a choquearse, hermano. ¿TPA? No tiene TP. Oh. Y es que el cegado manda matarnos arriba. No, mira cómo quedan todos, amigo, no. Bueno, tenía que morir, ¿no? Me hice una chota y todo. Este war hay que ponerlo bien, no como esos de ahí. Una mentira también esos, pero hay que meter un war para la Legion acá. Para motivarla, incentivarla a que venga para acá. Oye, loco, ¿qué pasa? ¿Por qué me pegan? Ya. Dale, amigo. Silencia, por favor. Mierda. Un Linken ahora. ¿Linken o Lotus? Linken. Bueno. Ay, ese antimado. Buena, Grim. Qué gachada, hermano. ¡Boa! ¿Y es encerrada? Paso de largo. Mierda. Cagadón, ¿eh? Hubo No sé cómo vais. Niki, jump. Oh, 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 oh. Hola, bebam. Te llamas. Creo que el amante era antes igual, pero bueno. ¿En serio, loco? Échalo. Se voy tan una. Está totalmente en una. Aprovechalo. Beba como tú te llamas. Vámonos. Bueno. Y si la Dota, pues. You now have Mega Crips. Osuna. Oh yeah, baby. Ahora sí. Una tremenda facilidad, loco. Bien. La Legión. Grim también. Grim juega. Y que el Tinker también, en verdad, pero me la pela el Tinker. Buff. Bueno. Suficientes partidicas. Hasta acá llegamos con Dotain. No sé si voy a hacer algo después del partido. Algún juego o algo. Voy a ver. Depende cómo salga River. Ya. No. Pero bueno. Lindas partidas. Y nos estamos viendo la próxima. Adiós.